Microphone check. 1 2 1 2. Microphone check. 1 2 1 2. Let's have my damn charger. Where the hell is my charger? 1 second, please. Give me just 1 second to set up. Yeah, let me see if I can find this charger here. Matter of fact, let me play this until I find that charger.
Brother. 4111, 4111. 4111. There we go. Peace and Black Power family. What's your name and where you calling from?
This is Unbiased Sports.
Okay, what's going on, my brother? What's happening?
Yeah, peace, brother Eric Muhammad. Assalamu alaikum.
Peace. Wa alaikum salam.
Yeah, brother, I've been reading the books for a little while, and I always ask them. I got two questions only that kind of confuse me a little bit. So, you guys teach that the universe was how many children years old?
76 to 78.
And the moon was what?
66.
And what about the earth?
Don't know.
Okay, so in Our Savior Has Arrived, chapter 23, paragraph 30, it says, according to Allah's God's teaching to me, the age of the present earth is around 76 trillion years old. And then he said science proves it. So you said the universe is 76 trillion years old, or 78, and the earth, according to the Our Savior Has Arrived, is 76 trillion years old. And then he said, I don't mind the belief, that's fine. You know, that, like you said, that's how you see it. But he said science proves this at the end. Like, what science can prove that the earth is 76 trillion years old?
Good question.
Did he mention what science he was referring to?
Nah, he just leave it. He left it like that. It just says science proves this. Can you tell me which science proves that?
Brother, if he didn't tell us, how could I tell us?
Okay, fine, no problem. I got a second question for you.
Hold on, brother. Come on, Eric, man. You got to do better than that, bro.
No,
because if you read in the book, and so you telling me that you don't know what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is talking about when he's talking about the science, brother?
If the most honorable Elijah Muhammad does not tell me what he's talking about when he says any given thing, what do you want me to do? Guess? Speculate?
It's funny because they normally do that with his other stuff. You know, when they're trying to make him right, just look at Dr. Wesley Muhammad work. Go to his channel. You'll see him speculating what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad meant. Look at Ali Muhammad channel. Go ahead and find his channel. You'll see him giving you his interpretation of what Elijah Muhammad meant. They all do it. Okay, but they pick and choose. And he's picking and choosing now, which is wise because he's before the people and he don't want to look like a fool. Okay, but they do speculate because Elijah Muhammad had a third grade education. He just said basic stuff like America is going to fall. That, you know, that's it. And then what they do now is the followers now look at America and they do historical research and they try to make Elijah Muhammad right. You know, in other words, in reinterpreting his declaration.
Wow.
I'm a representative, brother. I teach what my leader teaches me to teach.
Okay.
All right, so here's the second one. No problem. That's how you see it. I seen the ad, he was talking about modern science. So anyway, Allah was born out of total darkness, correct?
Yes.
By way of what? An atom?
An atom of life.
Right. What else did that atom produce while it was sitting there? Do you know?
No.
Okay, chapter 11 from Our Savior Has Arrived. It says, he was born in total darkness. There was no light anywhere. Out of the total orbit of the universe of darkness, there sparkled an atom of light once upon a time, but don't ask me when it was. So he said, don't ask me when that was. So you don't ask him if it's 76 trillion, 78 trillion. He doesn't know. He said, how could the atom of life make a record of his own creation? He goes on to say, he had to wait until the atom of life produced brains to think what he needed. So, brother, do you believe an atom was out there before any other creation, producing brains, and then to think what else he needed to create?
Do you believe there was no atom out there that was producing brains in order to think with? Do you believe there wasn't?
Yeah, Eric Muhammad is just so childish with that. You know, like, how can you take this brother serious? But he wants to be for the people as a solution to Black America, to the state of Black America. And this is how you're just going to do, right? No real answers, just repeat the question to me and put it on me. Come on.
What science teaches that an atom could have brains that need oxygen and other things, and it could survive in the outer space?
So
yeah, so you're right. That might be some other type of science.
So I'm gonna have to take that as a no, brother.
Nah, well, according to modern science,
I'm gonna have to take that as a no, brother. You don't believe it.
Okay, so
I don't believe it. Yeah, but you know, okay, whatever. Okay, now it's based on beliefs.
Well, it's not about belief. Like, is that possible?
Absolutely.
So an atom can produce brains. Like, can you give us any example of that ever happening?
And mind you, I'm talking about the self-creation of Allah. I'm talking about when this story was taking place. This was 78 trillion years ago in the outer space. The brother knows that, but he knows the people doesn't know that. And you know, they're slick talkers. You heard it from my guest who was on my podcast. You heard them. They're very slick.
Every brain that exists started out as an atom. What are you talking about? Everything is okay. Everything, brother. Let me finish. Everything.
See, come on, man. I mean, just admit you're just stupid. You never thought about that. You just took it. Like you said, I didn't believe it. You did. Okay.
Is composed of atoms, brother. Everything.
Okay. Well, how about this? He said all of this. Remember, he said, "Don't ask him when it was." Right? He said, he goes on to say, remember, he said, "Don't ask him when it was." He doesn't know. So he goes on to say that all of this is in a book titled Black and White. Can I get that from you, or can you email a PDF of that?
Actually, he said all of this is in a book that he plans to write. Don't play, bro. I don't play.
Okay, can I read it verbatim?
So he's challenging me now. He's trying to figure out if I know the teachings, if I know the lessons, right? So now he's correcting me, and he's ball faking me, right? He's doing a pass fake, right? He's faking the pass to the cutter, and he wants me to look away so he can shoot it or drive to the hole, right? He's checking me in chess. He's giving me a check. He want to see if I'll panic so he could take my queen.
Hold it, black man. Let's be honest and sincere, and let's not try to pull no tricks. Okay.
So he accused me of pulling tricks by not saying the way he said it. So I'm going to read it verbatim for the brother.
Technology ain't working with me. That ain't what he said. He said it's in a book he hopes to write. He never said that it's in a book that actually is written. So
all right. So now Eric Muhammad, people, whether they agree with him or disagree with him in the Nation of Islam, or representing Elijah Muhammad, he's not with the Nation of Islam. Okay. But people will admit he's well studied. I'm going to show you right here. He's not as studied as people think he is. I'm trying to tell you, the average NOI person does not know more than me when it comes to their crazy doctrine.
No, you can't get no PDF because he didn't write it.
All right. Okay, my turn. Chapter 19, same book, paragraph 4. He said that there was no birth record of the black man, and therefore no one can say how old the black nation is. As far as back as, he said a record has been kept. It dates 76 trillion years, right? These years, 76 trillion, were divided into periods of 6 trillion years beyond 6 trillion years, which would make the said figure 76 be 78 instead of 76 trillion. I will not go into the finer details here. I hope to go into the details and the analysis of our Lord Master Muhammad's teachings to me in a book entitled Black and White. This was not something hypothetical, it's something to be. He said, I hope to go into the details and the analysis of our Lord's Master Muhammad's teachings to me in a book
Look at his body
entitled
language.
Black and White. So I was right. That was not technology. I was right what I said.
Yeah, and you were actually using technology because
He just can't say, okay, brother, I was mistaken. You got it. Now I'm still using technology.
were saying that the book actually got written. The messenger said he hopes to go into these details in a book. Brother,
I read it verbatim. The book was already written, and he will hope to go in details of a already put together published book. Okay, that was the context. It was not a hypothetical book to come later. How can you give details of a book that's not in existence? You got to first say, hey, all right. Well, how you even know to go into details of a book that doesn't exist? What if the book just says what it says?
if the book was written, how could he hope to go into the details of it in a book that's already written? Stop playing.
Well, that was Elijah Muhammad language. Elijah Muhammad always gave you vague answers and told you that he'll teach it later or go into details later. And of course, he never ever did. That's how he talks. That's how he preaches. That's the way to avoid questions about what he just said. Oh, I'll go into it later. And that later could be 30 years, 40 years, or when he come back with the mother will.
Well, maybe it wasn't for us. Okay, no problem, no problem. I didn't come to argue. I just came to get some clarification. So just to recap, the Earth is 76 trillion years. An atom can grow brains in outer space. And there's a book somewhere, might not been there. Well, do you expect to get this book anytime? Because it's been like 50 years, 60 years later. Have you came across the book Black and White?
Yeah.
That's a legit question.
Eric, you still there?
I can't hear him.
I think he fell off again.
He froze up right there.
Brother Eric.
All right. You know. So because I'm used to challenging these brothers' doctrine and sisters' doctrine, like they can't get me upset when they do that semantical, straw man stuff. I already expect it. It's a deflection tactic. Okay, so now let's get into the actual show. All right, here. Okay, so there's a bunch of topics. You guys seen the subject. No man, peace, Sarah, unbiased. Oh, I didn't even see the chat just now. I was sharing that right there. So I'm going to go over some things that we already went over, just more in detail, the real way. I'm going to go over the Philando Castile video, partially. So I don't know if Amber, she checked off last time. I don't know what she wanted. I won't stay on it. I'm just going to show you what happened there. And I'm going to show you two other instances where two black guys had guns and how the police officers approached them. How did they deal with that? Because this is what I'm trying to tell you guys. And I already explained it. And I'm going to show you videos. I'm going to show you videos where there's in states where you are legally able to carry and the person carrying still got in trouble. Now they didn't necessarily get shot or even close to getting shot, but they got prosecuted and they got charged and prosecuted. Okay, because the point is, because you are driving a car, that does not mean you know the law of driving. Because you have a gun, right? The right to carry a gun and a gun license, it doesn't mean you know the rules to carry a gun. It doesn't mean you even apply them at that time. Because most drunk drivers or most people who get DUIs or DWIs, they have a license. They're not riding with a suspended license. That means that they were supposed to be aware of that, or maybe they were, and they still took the chance anyway. So because you have a gun license or a right, it doesn't mean you're well informed. It doesn't mean you're always going to practice safety protocols. So because we only have a car camera shot, we don't we can only speculate both ways. Nobody knows anything. So this is why we need to petition for more police officers to wear a body camera and to have it on, or they should be held liable of what happens next. Anything controversial, that police officer should lose his qualified immunity, her qualified immunity, right? So this is how we talk. And if you have your wife, husband, kid in the car, you want them to politely and slowly already be recording. Don't even start recording when the police officer get there, because he might think it's a gun and fear for his life. Already have it recording, have it on. You know how we have it in our dash, the vents in your car, the dash, the windshield or the dashboard, have it there already recording. So you're not relying on their dash cam. I got mine, man. I got two in my car. Two ways to hold two phones. I got two phones and I got two things to hold them in my car. So both, I don't get pulled off like that, but if I ever did, they'll be recording immediately. So we're not going to rely on a police officer's body cam. And I'm going to show you a video of a police officer being cross-examined, and he didn't have a body camera. And the lawyer, the defense attorney, got it real good. He says, so we got to just rely on your testimony because you don't have any audio, video devices that documented the incident. So, unfortunately, everything, every bad and good situation should be a life learning moment. Okay. So I'm gonna briefly just go there, but I just want to point out, and it was really a heavy emphasis for the New Yorkers, New Jerseyans, and Californians, like the people from what I know who can't really carry, right, until now. So there may be a lot of gun carriers being in these 3 states I mentioned, and other states who couldn't carry, travel and carry. I want to say travel and carry, because some of these states you're allowed to just stay home with the gun, but you're not allowed to put it in your car and go. Okay. So New Jersey, New York, California, some other states I think all the states really are going to be, it's up to the governor. No, actually the Constitution's right. So I think all the states, I haven't really checked that, but I think all the states are going to be allowed to travel while carrying. That's the terminology I want to use. That I want to say travel while carrying. Okay. Now, because you're allowed to travel while carrying and defend yourself from a violent threat or perceived violent threat, there are going to be a lot of, hopefully not, but there's going to be people being locked up and charged because they didn't know the rules to self-defense. Okay. So with that, let me just start right here. Okay, so we're talking about law, talking about civics. Let's be real clear on something. And I'm going to point something out that you're going to find messed up that's in the law of New York. It's like New York got like some of the worst laws. Or they have laws and they abuse them, like stop and frisk. That's actually a good law, just New Yorkers abused it. That's all. Racist cops. But I'm going to point out something that I believe only allowed in the state of New York, Democrat state. I don't think it's allowed anywhere else in the country. okay? Or I should say, if it is allowed, the state of New York abuses this law, right? More than any other state. And when you hear about it, you're going to be upset, offended. But I think this channel will be the first time you ever heard of something like this. All right. So let's make this bigger right here. So I think that's big enough to see. It says I'm a sovereign. These laws don't apply to me, sir. And yeah, and I was joking yesterday, but I was serious. I said a lot of black people are sovereign in the worst way. Okay, so the sovereign person means that you are the master, you are the ambassador, the king, you are the president. Nobody can impose laws on you, right? You got diplomatic immunity. And that's how it is in our neighborhoods because one household, they believe they're the king of the household, and there is no moral code, there's no ethical code, there's no nothing to line them up with everybody else, right? So the way they raise their daughters, they're apart from their sons, the sons apart from their daughters, the way he treats his wife, the way she treats her husband, the way they discipline their kids, that's their way. They don't care about anything you're talking about. Nothing you're going to say is going to change what happens in their household. So that's a sovereign mindset that's in our communities that we don't want to talk about. The way we spend money, right? The way we patronize each other. It's all a sovereign mindset. I do it the way I feel like doing it. The hell what it does to the community. Don't care, screw you. This is my law and it's legal with me. People rationalize selling drugs. Well, it feels good. Wait, even though I sell rocks, it feels good putting money in your mailbox. You see what I'm saying? Hey, man, I got to do what I got to do. I don't care how it makes the community look. I don't care how it makes the black race in America looks. I'm going for me. This is, and to me, it's all good, baby, baby. It's not illegal. Street justice, more sovereign chaos. That's the way they want to handle things. That's legal to them. They don't give a damn that the country says illegal, but they don't care about the neighbors and the community saying it's illegal or it's wrong. I'm going to do it. Screw you. That's my law, not yours. And that's when you have a community where every neighboring person thinks like that, it brings about chaos, right? No standard law. And that's what happened in our community amongst each other. Whatever feels right to me is lawful. Whatever feels wrong to me is unlawful. And we don't care what anybody got to say about it. So we have that sovereign, sick mindset in our neighborhoods. So let me go on with this. This is just for education, right? Because we hear these terms, we need to know what they are. So the Bill of Rights is the first. So now you know forever. The Bill of Rights is the first 10 amendments to the Constitution. So when people say Bill of Rights, they're talking about the first 10. All right. It spells out Americans' rights. It spells out Americans' rights in relation to the government. It guarantees civil rights. Civil rights. That's something that was fought for in the late 1960s. It guarantees civil rights and liberties to the individual, like freedom of speech, press, and religion. Catch that. It said like freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and freedom of press. Remember those videos I was showing you with the guys with the camcorders and people get upset in public accessible buildings? That's called freedom of press. So that's not just your constitutional right. That could be any amendment. That's a part of the first 10. That's what founded the country. So the first 10 reign supreme over all of them. So every American citizen has the freedom of press. You're allowed to record and audio wise or video wise everywhere where it's public or accessible to the public. Okay. This is why when you see cameras on a building, like a business, the cameras warn you. It warns you that you're being recorded, basically. It says it right there. It said, this camera is recording you, something like that. They're letting you know you're being recorded. The hell what you think about it? Okay, the reason why this law is there, because there is no expectation of privacy in public. Okay? So nothing is private in public. So we're able to record your license plate. If you got your bedroom window open, your shower, your bathroom window open, you're in the shower, somebody from outside can record. Because as long as he's on the public sidewalk and public ease, you have to make sure your information is private. You got to make sure your body parts is private. That's not up to the person that you would call a creep. Okay? If you have a license, carried around your neck. Some people carry their license around their neck. Okay, somebody got a camcorder, they can record that. They can record your credit card around your neck because you're in public and there's no expectation of privacy in public. All right. So the Bill of Rights are the first 10 amendments. All right. So what are they? Just real quick. Let's go over them real fast. Okay, so number 1, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press. Because you'll hear some cops tell these camera people, where's your press pass? And they'd be like, yo, man, a press pass, that's for NBC. That's for their particular press. Okay, so to represent NBC, you need an NBC press pass. But I don't represent none of those business. I'm my own business, you dig? Like, we don't forget, we can run our own business. So I'm an individual journalist working on a story. So in my business, we don't need a pass. It's just that simple. Okay. For example, an Amber household, she might have a rule who can take the car if her kids are old enough and have a license to drive. In her house, there's a policy who can take the car, right? That's Amber's house. But that's not the policy of her neighbor and Revolutionary Me and everybody else. Revolutionary Me and everybody else. Sarah Diceman. That's just her personal policy. So press pass for ABC News, that's just CBS. That's just their personal policy. It's not lawful. Right? That doesn't mean everybody needs that type of pass. Okay, so anyway. So, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peacefully to assemble and to petition the government for a readdress of grievances. Okay, that means that if there was a ruling on something like Philando Castile, and the people felt like that was wrong, they could gather peaceably and ask the government, local, state, federal, to take a look into it and rethink it or redress it. Okay, number 2. So after this, I'm gonna go into 3/5 compromise, because a lot of us, we make up things to that, and we start thinking that means that black people, or at that time, black slaves were half a human being or 3/5 of a human being. And that's totally wrong. That's just as wrong as people being ejected at the Tuskegee experiment. Okay, so there's a lot of fake news being passed around and it becomes law. Okay, so number 2, amendment number 2, the right to bear arms. So the first one was freedom of religion, speech, and the press. The second amendment is the right to bear arms, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Well, in New York, New Jersey, and places like that, that's definitely infringed upon. Number 3, this relates to UK solely. Okay. The housing of soldiers. No soldier shall, in time of peace, be quartered in any house without consent of the owner, nor in the time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law. Because this was going on and Great Britain, where soldiers were literally just kicking your door open and taking over until they felt like they should leave. Eating your food, taking a bath, and they had the guns and you didn't, so nothing you can do about it. So when they came over here, when they rewrote the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, they made sure to separate religion because in UK Bill of Constitution, they definitely had it was heavily influenced by religion, and they made sure that to take that out. And our number one, our number three, they made sure to take out the soldiers occupying somebody's home. So amendment number 4, protection from unreasonable searches and seizures. And you'll see some of the videos I play, you'll see that most people comply with police officers when they ask for ID without question. They let the police officers violate their Fourth Amendment, their civil right, on a regular basis. And sometimes the cops themselves don't even know they're doing it. You got to tell them, like those camera people I'll be showing you, they let them know that, and the officers think about it and be like, wait a minute, he might be on something. She might be on something. And that's how that works. So what is it? It's the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches, right? Because remember, to ask for your ID or search you, they need a reasonable, articulable, meaning they got to explain it clearly of suspecting you of a crime in order to get your, to seize your ID. And sometimes they'll pat you down, but their excuse with that would be just for their own safety. So he might ask you to come out the car and he'll do a light pat down. Now that pat down, they say doesn't really violate the Fourth Amendment because just for the officer's safety, because some people have hopped out of cars, as I showed you in the video, and bust on the cops. So for their safety and the public safety, they'll lightly pat you down, right? For weapons only. So that means that during that pat down, if they find something else, that's really not admissible in court. Unless it's like bulky and obvious. But if it's like clearly not a gun or could be a gun or be confused as a gun, that's with that $2,500, that $5,000, that's likely to be thrown out. Okay. So the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause. That's why some judges be like, man, beat it, kick rocks. Supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. So you remind, the police officer, hey, you took an oath or affirmation. Okay. So some people that's like not into Christianity won't swear in, they won't swear them in. So I think that's the affirmation. Number 5, protection of rights to life, liberty, and property. No person shall be held to answer the capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia when in actual service in time of war or public danger. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb, nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. So let me say this for self-defense. If somebody's in your car, still in your car, and they're not threatening you, walk outside, see a person in your car, your jewelry box, your stereo system outside, all that stuff is considered property. It's not legal to shoot somebody because they're taking your property. You're supposed to call the cops. Unless they're violently taking your property from you, right? Then you can shoot them. But check your laws, don't, disclaimer, don't believe me wholesale. Check your state laws, consult with an attorney. Okay, but generically speaking, those possessions are called property. You're not allowed to defend your property by deadly force unless you believe or perceive that your life is at stake. Okay. So number 6, rights of accused persons in criminal cases. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have a compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. The Me Too. It's saying his. They want that to be her, or what's the new stuff in the LGBTQI plus. But yeah, I'm surprised they ain't attacking this right here. The his. Because this is definitely written without the acknowledgement of slaves or women. All right, so make that clear. When they say his, they literally mean his. All right, and if they could have, they would have put white. The white his. Okay, so amendment number 7, rights in civil cases. In suits, a common law where the value in controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of the common law. Okay, 8, excessive bail, fines, and punishments forbidden. Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. This is why most people say that the Bill of Rights is more perfect than the Bible, because like none of this stuff you really can argue with. Okay, the merit of them or the spirit of them. Amendment number 9, other rights kept by the people. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. Last one, number 10, undelegated powers kept by the states and the people. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. We're done there. That sounds like the Hebrews going to Egypt. All right, so here we are. Next. 3/5 compromise. What is it really? All right, so we can stop listening to lies, stop repeating lies. All right, fairy tales. The 3/5 compromise was reached among state delegates during the 1787 Constitutional Convention. It determined that 3 out of every 5 slaves. What does it? Did it determine that slaves were not men, half a man, 3/5 of a man? No. It determined that 3 out of every 5 slaves was counted when determining a state's total population for legislative representation and taxation. So the South was trying to be slick when they was voting on stuff. They wanted to add all the slaves. The North said you can't add no slaves because they're not even citizens at this point. They're just property. And then they had a debate and they had a compromise. They said, all right, well, look, you can't number all the states as a vote, right? A voting. You know, you only can use 3 out of 5. Okay, so that dwindled the population. So this is something in 1787, and you think that this was done away with, right? You think the 3/5 compromise was done in 1787? No. So what I said was, you're gonna come across something that I'm gonna show you something that you never heard before until here, right? So let me go. Where did I put it? Here we go. I put it way down here. Have you ever heard of phantom constituents? Okay. So phantom constituents in the Empire State. Empire State means New York. How outdated Census Bureau methodology burdens New York counties. All right, let me go ahead and make that bigger. Okay, so this is it right here. It says, so you can read it along with me. It says The impact of prison-based gerrymandering on the New York State legislature is now well documented. But what do the rural counties do about prison populations with their own country districts? Most of New York's rural counties with large prisons reject the census and fairly apportion political power within the county on the basis of actual, not prison population. So catch the language. It said most of New York rural counties go with a fair, in other words, go with a fair census. They use who's actually living there. They do not count the prisoners housed in their rural cities. There are 5 counties with a district where at least 20% of its population is derived from prisoners. The chair of the Livingston County Board of Supervisors used the prison population in his town to get more than twice as much political clout as he entitled to. The chair of the Livingston County Board of Supervisors uses the prison population in his town to get more than twice as much political clout as he entitled to. So, let me explain it. So, a phantom constituent is a 2022 3/5 compromise. So, what happens is that when people in New York City get locked up, they get transported to the rural parts of New York, upstate New York, right? So you got New York, you got upstate New York. New York is city, upstate New York is more country. They even got chickens and stuff out there, okay? A lot of white folks upstate too. So this is what happens, all right? Hold on. Let me some noise. Give me 10 seconds. All right. So listen to me clearly. So if you're locked up in the city, which is the 5 boroughs, Queens, Harlem, Bronx, Brooklyn, those places, you get transported to the rural areas, upstate New York. Now, a lot of cities, they get grants and funding and many things based off its city's total population. However, when the residents of that city goes to prison, let's say 5,000, let's do a number, random number. Let's be extreme. 5,000 residents, of the city of New York, get locked up and get transported to rural area, right? That means that city, hold on, gotta avoid the rain. Okay. So that means that city, that community is missing out on 5,000 voters, right? So that they're 8 out, right? However, the county in upstate New York to house those 5,000 prisoners can now add them to their census. And because they were 5,000 short, they didn't get those grants and receive those programs and those tax breaks, whatever it was from the local or federal government. But now that they can include those 5,000 prisoners who are from New York City, they now qualify for those things they didn't qualify before. So they get to take those prisoners and add them in to the census and I believe also use their vote, something like that. I believe they can use their vote, and the prisoners can't have no say so. And their home cities, their home neighborhoods cannot use them at all. Phantom constituents, look that up. You dig? So this is the library channel. This is where you go back to my stuff and look it up and say, hey man, I heard this somewhere, and you hopefully could find that video. Phantom constituents. Now, this ain't new to me. I've been talking like this for a long, long time. All right. Okay. So there you go. Phantom constituents, the new 3/5 of modern times. All right. So now we were talking about why businesses pay no taxes, little to no taxes. So this is going to be a clear breakdown as to why. If you can get upset, you can object. What you can't do is change the law. All right. This is actually in the law. Okay. Let's go. CPAs and those accountants, they know this stuff. Just consult with one. Oh my God, really? Okay, here we are. If I'm choppy and breaking up, please let me know so I'm not talking for no reason.
It's a combination of business and real estate that gives us.
Okay, I'm trying to make it loud as possible. So the combination of business and real estate.
An unfair advantage over employees.
Let's say that you have all this income coming in, you're paying all this tax. Let's say you have $100,000 of tax. Okay, now you go out and buy a piece of real estate. Well, why does the government give you an incentive? Well, because they...
Well, why does it give you an incentive? Why?
Not a house now, not your residence.
Not your personal residence.
Because it's not a personal purchase, right? It's not just for you.
This is investment. So this is housing for other people.
Apartment housing.
So you're buying it for other people, not yourself. Keep that in mind. That is the incentive. The incentive is to spend your money that other people can benefit and you benefit none or very little.
This is commercial property for a business.
This is an office building that I own.
Exactly, an office building or hotel. Okay, any kind of business real estate.
That's bought with debt too.
So it's bought with debt. Let's go.
Now we add the debt. So now let's say that we had $1 million of your own money and $5 million of the bank's money. Well, we get depreciation deduction, a percentage of the $6 million. So the bank doesn't get any of that. We get all of the depreciation of $6 million. That could be as much as $500,000 a year.
So pay attention.
And because we've got that much depreciation, that's just a reduction of our tax expense.
Right. So it's 500,000 extra in income, but it's actually called phantom income.
Think of that word phantom again. Come on now.
Right. So what happens is because now we have less income for tax purposes, right?
No, we don't have to pay the...
We have less income for tax purposes, so now what happens is we have to pay less taxes.
So I believe in layman's terms is that if you have $500,000 in your account, your business account, and you spend all of your money, all the $500,000, little to nothing left on things, right, that the business needs, you don't have to pay tax on anything you spent from that business account. I think that's what they say. I think that's what I know. You don't have to. You don't pay tax on anything that you spent that money on for your business account. So I hope you're following.
Okay, because we're taxed on our net income. We're taxed on our gross income minus our business expenses.
And that minus the business expenses. Okay.
In this case, a business expense of depreciation is like magic because it's not money out of our pocket. We're still appreciating, we're still making money here and cash flow from the property.
Right.
Okay, and at the same time, we're reducing our taxes. Well, anytime you can reduce an expense, now I'm an accountant, and so I love reducing expenses. And every time you reduce expenses, it's like putting money in your pocket because now you have more that you didn't spend.
Right, so this is the same number. So let's say it's 500,000.
All right, so I hope y'all following. I know it's a little, little money talk, lamb talk.
Means 500,000 in income you didn't have to spend, but it was caused by 500,000 in expenses you didn't have to spend. So you pay nothing for taxes.
Employees
pay about 50% in tax. So when you say to a kid, go to school and get a job, they're going to pay 50% of what they earn.
Okay, so revolutionary me says, right, I paid no taxes. I was in the negative according to the tax. Exactly. And that's tricky. It's tricky because it does not mean that you didn't make money. You know, your business and you are total different entities. People got to stop forgetting that. So just because your business accounts show that you didn't have any money left over at the end of the year, it does not mean your personal account reflects that same dollar amount. Okay, your personal account might reflect $1 million. All right, let's go.
To the government. Not that smart. So, if S stands for smart, like doctors and lawyers and accountants, self-employed, they really get screwed. 60%. And a lot of this is covered in A students, work for B students. And B students pay 20%. Why? Because B quadrant produces jobs. And what the government wants are more people who can create jobs.
So remember I said this country is founded by, independent people? Yeah. So a lot of the amendments were they were written for this purpose. I think the 14th Amendment specifically.
Maybe not in this country, but in my country, big problem. So we're tax incentivized. The more jobs we create, the less tax we pay. Who pays the tax?
So the more jobs they create, the less tax they pay. Who pays the tax?
These guys. No, it's true. Like, these guys, B quadrant means you have over 500 employees. If you have over 500 employees, different states in America will come to you, which you might move into our state, we'll give you tax breaks. The reason they want you to move they want me to move from Arizona, where I live now, to California, is because I'll create jobs.
You hear that? And if they create jobs, people will want to move to Arizona from other states in America. We're going to go where the money's at. This is why a lot of people are moving to, let's say, Atlanta, Memphis. I'm just throwing Memphis out there. I'm not sure about them, but definitely Texas and Florida. Like, people are going where the jobs are at. People are going to New York. People are going to California. Okay. Oh, really? I know I had it down. All right. So again, let me know if I'm muffled. Okay, so no ma'am says you get tax deductions. You can tell where the preference is in the class and status because who gets the most tax deductions credits going to tell it. So
that's the reason. So we get tax breaks. These guys get screwed. They pay higher taxes here. And the I quadrant pays 0. Proven there's a God. Now there's one condition. To get
Florida, what's that? Florida's like no state tax, right?
0% tax, you need a team. You can't just do it by yourself. You have to have accountants, attorneys, and real estate guys. You have to have bankers on your side. So that's why having a team is important. Just recently, I made several $1 million last month, tax-free, legally. I say that because legally, because you don't have to be a crook to pay tax. You have to be smart. The government wants you to pay no tax. Taxes are incentives. The reason I pay no taxes is because, like I said, I have 4 houses I live in, but 5,000 houses I rent out.
Dang. So 4 he lives in, but 5,000 he rents out. So he's helping out his community, his state.
By me providing housing, I pay 0 tax because that's what the government wants me to do.
There you go. So I just wanted to end on that because we got a discussion on that, and I never got a chance to close that out correctly. All right. So he talked about depreciation deduction. Depreciation is an annual income tax deduction that allows you to recover the cost or other basis of certain property over the time you use the property. It is an allowance for the wear and tear, deterioration, or obsolescence of the property. All right. So now we're moving on to this guy, but only for like 30 seconds. Like, we're not staying here at all. All right. Because now we're jumping somewhere else. So we're talking about money. I want to stay on money a little bit while we hop off it and get to something else. So, you know, at a party, at a club, at a lounge, don't you hate when they have something like thumping, fast paced, and they just change it to something slow paced? Like, wait. That was a bad blend. That was a bad merge. Like, what the hell just happened right here? So I don't want to do a bad blend and bad merge. I want to slow walk you back to a change. I'm basically changing direction, but I don't want to be like, wait a minute, where did this come from? So we went from money. We're gonna talk a little bit more about money, but going some a new direction. So me says, I just look at the screen working on my business plan as we speak. See, I'm right on the money. Diceman says, so you telling people was talking shit to from other high Trump because he paid like 20 from all the high. They was talking shit about Donald Trump. Yeah, well, like most people are work, right? They're employees. They do W-2, probably a W-9, something like that, right? They don't know of the other tax breaks, the other thing. They don't. Like in school, don't teach them, you know, that's all they know. So, and they know they got to pay tax. Or if they don't have it taken automatically, they got to pay it all at the end. All right, so that's all they really know. Like, they don't really know about write-offs, right? And things like that, because they pretty much don't got to deal with that at the company that they work for. So it becomes a headache to try to explain to people who never experienced that other side, either went to school for it, like Amber, or actually have a business like Revolutionary Me, who has to actually live it. So it's like really difficult. So when the Donald Trump thing, I don't know all the details with Donald Trump, but I do know all the American public got to hear is he ain't pay taxes. That's enough for them to just to say, hey, he ain't pay taxes. That ain't fair. And they don't understand. Like, yo, a lot of business owners don't pay taxes. Okay. So give me a second, please. Yeah, let me get a drink, a beverage. Hold on real fast. Okay, I'm back. I got some crazy drink. It's like better than soda, just like sparkling water, but it's like a little taste to it. It's like tea mixed with lemon. I love like sparkling water, carbonated water. I probably the tea aftertaste is kind of disgusting. So I kind of wish it had no tea in it at all and would just lime or lemon. Okay, no ma'am. I pay state tax here, but honestly, Minnesota state refund the best of every state I lived in, and we get renters rebates. Wow. So I get it back and then some. Lord Arbor and Garfield, Senator, unbiased, love, brother polite. Nah, he's funny. You know, he's entertaining. Like some stuff I watch of his, I just can't take it. I just cut it off. And other stuff, you know, it's okay for entertainment. Like again, somebody like you guys wouldn't know how much stuff I watch on YouTube because even to read, for me to read something, I need something in the background. I don't like quietness at all. Zero. So I need something playing in the background as I read. As I cook, as I clean, as I work out. I don't really need music. I need knowledge. It could be BS. Still got to be, it could be straight sci-fi, which is polite those guys. They straight sci-fi and straight fairy tales. And but it's okay, especially when I can debunk it, right? And stuff like that. It's just fun. Yeah, that's another thing. If you're paying, I know man mentioned something. When you're paying taxes, like a W-9, I'm sorry, W-2, if you're single, no kids, you're definitely paying the highest, you're paying the highest tax rate out of everybody in the country, I believe, when you are single, no kids, W-2 worker. Okay, so what was, I swear, this Mac, I swear to God, this Mac is terrible. It just Google, I'm touching one thing, it's swiping left something else. Like, what the hell is that? Like, I'm telling you, Macs, they make it almost impossible to use effectively with a mouse. I'm using my finger, the little tricks they got to move up and down, the 2 fingers here, 2 fingers there. And it just swiped the chat right out of my presence. Now I gotta, how do you? Okay. Now I can't read the damn chat. All right, let's go back. Cooking right now. You pay more being broke. Look at this mouse. This mouse is I love quiet, except when I'm working. Yeah, I need, and I'm not talking about like super noise. I just need something in the background. I will go crazy. Like right now, I'm talking, it's quiet as hell. That just trips me out. All right. Where'd you purchase yours? Who are you talking about, Amber? And what are you talking about? You talking about the cooking, Dice Man, my laptop, or that's all we talked about. My laptop I got from Best Buy. Let me see. Okay, so I'm only mentioning him for a second, right? Because he's not the story. I want to tell you how what he's about to say, can lead to what I'm gonna play next that I already played before. All right, but you know, a lot of these videos I watched today, and I will play it for you guys' entertainment. But later on, as I watch more videos, I can make it, I could make it make more sense. I can put it in a combination, like I'm gonna do now. So what he's gonna say leads to something worse.
So the lender, right, doesn't have the original agreement because they sold it to someone else to make the money. And just in doing that, you could slow down a foreclosure, if not stop it, inside of 2 to 3 years.
Okay, so what are you gonna say next? I believe. Yeah, the MacBook I got from Best Buy a long time ago. I bought this. I think I had this for like maybe 4 years. Okay.
Now I dropped out of school, and I always want to make it clear to you guys that.
So he dropped out of school. This is the part, and furthermore, and what he says afterwards is important. Cooking lamb and homemade spaghetti sauce. That sounds good.
You need to go to people that are credentialed, that went to school for way.
So it looks like he's turning over a new leaf. He's finally giving sound advice. He's telling you, go to the credentialed people, go to the experts, go to the people who actually study this and their reputations on the line. When they speak about it, they have everything to lose and little to gain if they're wrong. Okay, unlike him, if he's wrong, he has everything to gain and little to lose, right? So he's finally giving sound advice.
Way more years than I did, because I only did like 2-3 months in 10th grade, so I'm damn near a 9th grader. I'm not a financial advisor. Anything I say, please double check it with people that are credentialed. They may not know what I'm talking about, but they could do a form of reverse osmosis. So if you give them the truth, they can reverse engineer it or work backwards and find out that it's true. So nonetheless.
So your information you're getting from him, or the information you're recovering from him, you'll be able to show the experts, the credential, the letter, what they missed or never known or do not know. And then you'll put them on something. You'll put them on the sauce. And then they'll get the sauce and they'll say, wow, you were right. That's actually true. Who told you that? You're going to say a 10th grade dropout. And you're going to make them feel real ashamed that they wasted all that time in school and they don't know more than a 10th grade dropout.
Nonetheless, just for the record, I'm not a financial advisor, but I have the right to share my experience, and you have the right to double check anything that I share as an experience so it qualifies. But I'm just doing this to give you guys free information so you can stop being caught up out there. Oh, yeah, you can start pushing this through.
So free information to stop getting caught up out there. I guess being caught up out there by the scammers, right?
This motherfucker hot.
You know what's funny? Or rather interesting? Is that many people want to, many people in this credit repair business, they want you to rock with them and not the scammers, but they would never tell you what the scammers are doing wrong. Like, I watched a whole bunch of these videos and I never heard them condemn a practice that they disagree with. Because they know once they do that, they'll open up a huge can of worms for that other person to talk about how their method doesn't work and how it's a scam. But I really thought about it, and you really hardly hear these people shoot down each other, but they'll like sneak this. Okay.
But yeah, I just decided to randomly do it. But you can hit me at brotherpolite45@gmail.com. Leave your full name and your phone number if you're ready to purchase.
Right, so here we go. So if you're ready to purchase his what?
Our credit restoration service at gmail.com.
Okay, so that's his gmail.com if you're ready to purchase his credit restoration services, right? So he's going to give you the dollar amount. So I'm pointing out something, not picking on him, brother. I'm pointing out what he's going to say, that people like him starts off with this rant, this service, and then they end up like the next person who I'm going to play next that you already seen before.
Leave your full name and your phone number if you're ready to purchase our credit restoration service. This is just some free information, so you're not completely asked out by the time you get with me. But of course, I am closing out the program, but what I'm doing in the closeout is providing mentorship, direction, so you don't mess up your credit a second time. And when you get access to the funds, because when you...
I hate this stuff.
Listen, would you rather have $1 million in cash or 800 credit score? It's a question that a lot of people
purchase the credit restoration service from us for $2,000.
Okay, so let me go back in case you missed that. How much it actually costs.
Mess up your credit a second time. And when you get access to the funds, because when you purchase the credit restoration service from us for $2,000.
All right. Now, I had already done a show. I don't know if it's this channel or the channel that was terminated. The conspiracy Illuminati terminated my channel. I'm teaching the real stuff, and they had to get rid of me. You know, no. How about just sharing information that wasn't mine, content wasn't mine, and I was breaking the rules of fair use, and they terminated my channel after warning me, stop doing it, and I still did it. How about that? All right, but anyway, I think it's the SEC website, but definitely government website. If you're in the credit repair business, you're not allowed to receive any money up front. You're supposed to complete the service and then request your money that's due to you. This business is very hard. Like, as you can imagine, you're collecting debt, right? So, and you're collecting debt from people who ain't never paid anybody before. This is why they even soliciting your services. Their credit is messed up because they really have a bad record of paying back people or paying for services that they were offered or product that was given to them. Now you are fixing their credit. People with a bad record of paying, and you're trusting them to pay you when you have fixed their credit. When they no longer need you anymore, they could just run scot-free. You are hoping that with you're the only person that they will actually pay back. And don't forget, you fixed their credit, so what? The other people gave them fixed things and gave them stuff too. It didn't pay them back. So you'd be the only person they actually feel like they got to pay for something that was done good to them. Now, when they decide not to pay, that's when you got to go and do your thing, court, try to get a judgment. And as Amber knows, she was on a live with us with the other guy, the DBA guy, Amber. We changed his name in a pseudo way where he he had a DBA name, but it was still, you can't use it legally on any documents. But that's how crazy he was. This is where we're going. Okay. So the point of bringing that up was he was talking about how it's hard to sue people for the money that you owe them, he was actually right about that. It's a long, drawn out process. This is why people in the credit repair who does it correctly, I don't know them to be millionaires at all or anywhere close. They might just be barely making ends meet because it's hard to collect your money. And when there's a judgment ruled in your favor, still then you don't just get money automatically. You got to go through other processes to get your money, meaning that they got to garnish the person or they got to take their taxes. It's a long, drawn out process. Okay. But that's why the illegitimate credit repair services, they take your money up front. They ain't with all that. They don't trust you. They shouldn't trust you because you got a bad record of paying people for anything that was offered to you that helped you out in life. Okay, so he wants $2,000 up front. According to the SEC website, you're a fraud once you do that. You're defrauding the people once you ask for money up front. Don't argue with me, argue with the federal government. Okay? Now, let me listen to read some stuff. So me is too paranoid. Crisscross credit gurus is the new hustle, right? Like Forex and crypto. Yo, you gotta get down crypto. All right, man. Yeah, man. I didn't put $2,000 on it. Yeah, it's just a whole bunch of garbage. Not that you can't get money off crypto and Forex. You can if you know what you're doing, and it's very hard. You'll be the bottom 5%, some low number who actually can make a living off it. Everybody else, I think 90% of the market fails. So, no ma'am says that part, Saru. Guru, me too, me. I'm on the BBB website looking for reviews on YT and Google. Now, I'm gonna give you another website. I gotta find it. Remind me to find it. Okay, so the BBB is there's even loopholes in the BBB. Okay, so in order for a company to be listed on a BBB, the Better Business Bureau, that company got to follow the requirements to be listed on that website. That means they have to actually offer a service or product, right? Just like that. If they don't, then they won't be on it. It's more to it. I haven't read that in a long time, but that's two of the major requirements. And believe it or not, there's a lot of companies not on BBB for that reason. That should be your first red flag that they're not there. That's your first red flag that is not there. So you don't always need bad reviews because bad reviews don't mean the company is bad. The BBB also tells you how the company resolved those bad reviews. Sometimes they give you money back. Sometimes it'd be the client and customer actually fault. So there's a lot there, but I got a website that takes all complaints. It's like the VAERS, VAERS, right? It's an automated reporting system. It takes complaints from everybody. There's no requirements. So you get to hear people genuine, legit complaints. Legit meaning it comes from an actual person. It doesn't mean the complaint is like valid or if he was correct, but you do hear all the complaints. There's no filter. It's like VAERS, and that's something I look at for these businesses. I want to read it all. And Google reviews are very good. Google reviews is like that website. You dig? Yeah, I would say Google reviews, but the only difference is that websites basically take all complaints. Google reviews, they do good reviews, and bad complaints. The website I'm talking about only takes bad complaints. I want to know what people are talking about, what they're complaining about. So credit is now hard to build or get most right. Most people just lack financial literacy, run into bad times, don't pay on time, high medical bills, or don't know how credit works right. Sometimes having good credit, that doesn't necessarily mean you're financially literate as well. A lot of people with good credit are in a bunch of deep debt. Yep, they just pay their bills on time. I ain't doing none of that. If you got 2 racks to throw a credit specialist, try selling. Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's a great point. If you have the money, yo, I'm telling you, I had a friend, no fairy tales, no fairy. I had a friend who told me he was because this is when I was listening Garf services, and I thought he was doing a great job, and the dude heard me brag about him at one point. Years later, he didn't know what happened between us, me and Garf later on. So he asked me like maybe last year, a year and a half ago, like, yeah, I need my credit fixed. Who's that guy you're talking about? I was like, just imagine my expression, like, who? I said, yeah, the guy with the credit. So I'm thinking, like, who? He like, yeah, you say Jamaica. I'm like, oh, no. I said, no. I said, nah, you gotta go a different route. So I said, so I said, what's on there? This dude owed about $300 total. I didn't want to smack his damn kufi off. I'm like, dude, are you serious, man? You trying to pay somebody to get rid of some stuff on your report, and all you owe is $300. Like he had like 3 things, $100 each, or like 75 here, 100. I just couldn't believe. I'm like, yeah, are you stupid, bro? Like, really? Come on, man. You gotta be playing with me at this point, because I'm like really offended. I'm thinking you owe $3,000, $40,000. You talking about $300? Man, pay that shit off, man. That's because people told him that paying it off is bad. Like this brother right here I'm showing on the screen, Brother Polite. He taught paying it off is bad. Okay, so $2,000. He's saying give him, and he's gonna. Oh, but look what comes with the money. No, ma'am. Look what. So not only does he clean your slate, and you have no debt anymore, child support, student loans, all that's gone. Okay, but look what else comes with the $2,000. So this is what we didn't learn so far. So you pay $2,000, and look what comes with that outside of a clean credit report. And this is why he's asked for that much money. Look,
the funds, because when you purchase the credit restoration service from us for $2,000.
Would you be interested in collecting
Oh my God.
5-figure
Yeah, I'm telling you,
paychecks
these
for a
ads
few hours of
always
work,
come when
helping me in your spare
you
time
wanna
from
hear
home?
something
I'm on a mission
important.
to recover
Well,
$10
watch
million
this.
within.
When you purchase it for $2,000, we get you access to anywhere between $100,000 to $300,000 inside of 45 to 60 business days. Maybe a little.
Okay, so that's why you want $2,000. You give him $2,000, you could get up to $300,000 back. Now, he's not transparent, because if he was able to defraud some paperwork and get you $100,000 to $3,000 back, it's still a loan. It's not like you don't got to pay it back. It's a loan with your name tied to it. It's fraudulent. You will get in trouble, but at the very least, if you don't get in trouble, it's something you still got to pay back. So now you're in a worse condition than you were before. So you gave a brother $2,000 to maybe wipe off, let's say, $15,000 of debt. Now you get this loan that was probably for a business. If you're getting $300,000 as a loan, I highly doubt if that's you get approved that for some personal shit. You're getting that for a business, but you lied about how many. You lied about your payroll. You lied about how many employees you had. You said about had 9, 10. You know that PPP stuff. You said you had about 10 employees. You lied about all this stuff, and then you got approved for $300,000, $100,000. What are you gonna do with that much money? What are you gonna do with that much money? Let's see.
A little bit more, give or take, depending on the person's circumstances and the state of the world, because the state of the world is always being leveraged as a great excuse. But nonetheless, inside of 45 to 60 business days, you'll have access to 6 figures. And what I'm doing in the close of the program is walking you through the process so you don't mess up your credit again. And 2, don't blow the money because you don't know what to do with it. But I will always suggest to you to beseech the life.
Okay, so he's going to also be your financial advisor, which he just said he's not one. But not only will he clean your credit where it's perfect, spotless, he's going to get you access to 100 to 600 grand. Now you were a person who were, and God body's right. I'm not going to use the word financial literate because most people aren't. And I'm not saying I'm the most, right? I'm sure I got flaws there. So I'm going to use the word financially responsible instead, because God body made a good point. He said you can have good credit, but that don't mean you're financially literate. You just know to pay your bills on time. That's about it. That don't mean you know how to manage your money. You probably still don't have a lot of money in your bank account still. You dig? And you still don't know how to invest and do all those things that comes with financial literacy. So I'm just going to say financially responsible. Okay. So if you're soliciting his services, that means you have a history of not being financially responsible with pennies, with the pennies you accumulated. So imagine getting a hold of 300K in one whop. You're going to buy a Lamborghini. You're going to buy $100,000 diamond necklace. Okay? That's what you're going to do. You're going to buy a record label and employ a bunch of thugs. You dig? This is what you're going to do with the money. Okay? So, let them go.
I don't know what to do with it, but I will always suggest to you to beseech the likes of people that are credentialed in terms of finances. Beseech the advice of CPAs and accountants, because these people went to school to qualify anything that I teach about, because it's just the right thing to say. You know what I'm saying? I disagree with what I'm saying, but I have to say it for the record. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, tell me, don't you just cringe with that right there? Like, he really believes that people are just that stupid. Like, but again, this usually starts with people who are in the mind state of sovereign citizens, or just flat out believe there's a government conspiracy, that the government's out to get you. That is his targeted audience, those people. Okay, and he implied that on his own in the same build, which I'm not going to go into. So anyway, I said that his services on that small level leads to this. If he ever was to accomplish his goal, that will lead to this.
Harris County Precinct 4 investigators say they have uncovered a $3 million credit repair scheme happening here in Houston. They say the woman behind it was using falsified police reports to help
the feds purchasing the courses right now.
get our clients better credit. Janelle Bluta has a look at the allegations.
In handcuffs and an orange jumpsuit.
So it starts with a brother polite and it ends with this sister right here.
29-year-old Rokisha Brisby was led in front of a judge today.
More and more folks are coming forward that have used her to try to fix their credit.
After being arrested Friday for what investigators call a multi-million-dollar credit repair scheme.
She went and basically would manipulate police reports.
Court documents linked to Brisby's social media. Her website says your credit won't fix itself.
She used my front page of the police report with my name on it.
But Precinct 4 Constable Mark Herman says it was under the guise of that business.
So she was writing fake police reports or documenting fake police reports, right? And those police reports were confirming that the purchases that you made on your credit card or whatever you did, that they were in fact illegal. They did an investigation and they found out that you were defrauded and you need to be compensated your money. And they was using that to go to the credit bureaus to put that money back on your card, or to take that debt off of your credit profile. They were using fake police reports to say that you were actually innocent. That debt isn't yours. It should come off, right? And I don't know where she got that from. I never heard that before, but there's a lot of things I've never heard before. I heard recently. So that is right there. And yeah, I got another guy. Okay, how about this right here? I got another guy for you. Now, this is a guy I never played before on the channel. Okay, look at this. I want to do a small video. Okay, this should be right here.
To the big.
Now you see it skipped all the way up here because I was watching it. I was almost done. But let's go back. So this is King Hustle.
The first one to win.
Wait, let me read some of these. So Polite is lying, credit lenders, and then go get them credit card and lie. Right, on the app, they get a high as limit, then take it off. Okay. Yeah. Right. I forgot about that. How they convert it to cash. Yep. Folks be bold, snitching on themselves. Right. Oh, this dude right here? You want to talk about bold? No, man. This dude, I mean, the only thing I respect about this guy is that he don't hide it. He says, I'm a scammer. I said, I Polite would have got more respect from the streets. He just flat out said, listen, man, what I'm doing is illegal, but I can get you this money anyway, and I can get this stuff for your credit. That's all you care about. You ain't getting that house, and you're not getting that house, by the way. You are not buying that house. My company, the one I worked for, we had to turn down a couple married couples. The credit was bad, and they were not buying a house, but they were getting home improvements. They were trying to get their house renovated, like the whole house gutted and done over, and they were denied a loan, so we could do nothing with them. So when I say you're not, and they tried to do it, they try to run each other individual credit reports. They try to do it together, credit reports together, separate, deny, and they couldn't get nothing done to the house because they couldn't afford it. There's a lot of money, so you want to get a loan, you gotta go to some agencies for the money, and they said we ain't lending you anything because your credit is horrible, so you are not getting it. And those people could possibly be a client to guys like him, Polite, and that sister, because they looking like, man, I want this renovation bad, man. Only thing stopping us is the credit. So they're on the internet possibly looking for somebody who can get it off, and they're desperate. And these are the people who they seek. They sell their bull, they catch desperate people, and they solicit their services, they pay, and they get robbed. Or they might actually get some benefit, like what the lady is doing. The sister was actually getting stuff off their profile illegally, but it was getting done. Okay, so what he's going to do is a new way. Watch this, something you never heard before.
For free. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell. And also make sure you go subscribe and hit the all notification bell. So make sure you subscribe and hit the all notification bell on that.
10 times. God damn, bro.
Have a discussion with fans about everything that's going on in the world, from sports. Y'all want to talk about the go on from there. Page 22.1 that wants to do. I'm giving away $5,000. I'm giving away $2,500. I'm giving away $1,000.
That's another scam. They start giving away money all of a sudden. Now, this dude lets you know he's a scammer, all right, from the door. And he lets you know, I can help you as a scammer. You dig? How desperate are you? Like from the door, he lets you know. So you talk about snitching yourselves. I don't know how he's not scrubbed up the internet. I don't know how he's not scrubbed off. I don't know how he's not blackballed. Maybe nobody's reporting this guy, but he flat out tell you. Check this out.
I'm giving away $500. I'm giving away.
He got a song talking about it. If I go to his rap song, it's funny as hell.
$250. I'm giving away free unlimited gems. I'm giving away t-shirts and hoodies. VPN, so a lot. Before,
here we go.
$1,000, $1,500 up front. The other 15.
Look, I fast forward a minute, something changed afterwards, and he's still talking about giving you $1,000 all this crazy stuff. As like he's just rich, and like he's somebody like a Polite who's self-proclaimed to be rich. Nothing about this guy, no house, no car, no jewelry, nothing about this guy says rich. Okay, he was bragging about getting a $300,000 house and a $100,000 car. I'm like, dude, you just told yourself that's not rich. Okay, for these people, I think getting access to real jewelry will be harder than a car you can rent from tour or whatever. So if these guys want to sell people, they should at least get jewelry. That's like the hardest. It's like really hard to get jewelry, like $200,000 worth of jewelry. If you a broke faker, like it's very hard. So if they want to sell somebody, I'll be going that route. It's easy to buy fake Gucci, and sometimes you can't even tell it apart from real. But to get that jewelry, that might be the best bet. That's why a lot of them don't have it because they can't get it. Anyway, or the cars, the fancy cars. They need to black out their address and important stuff, VIN number, and they should at least show their names on the title if they want to sell us. Because we don't believe you. You need more people.
When I get there to you. And if you want to learn anything extra about hacking, it's going to be $5,000. So make sure y'all tap.
You already said if you want to learn anything about hacking, that'd be extra. That's $5,000. Look, let's rewind it.
There to you. And if you want to learn anything extra about hacking, it's going to be $5,000. So make sure y'all tapping in with me with that. So today I'm going to be talking about.
And this guy never tells you what you actually learn. Like he just give you vague, terms but they'll never tell you exactly what you're learning.
CPNs, because a lot. Before we get anything started, this is all educational purposes only.
Oh yeah, they got a legal disclaimer. You got to do that. Fast forward it.
CPNs. A lot of people are asking me like, what are CPNs? How do I get a CPN? Are CPNs illegal? Can I use a CPN? So today I'm just gonna be talking about CPNs, explaining them what they are, and like giving you guys a clear idea of what you could do with a CPN. So basically, a CPN is a credit privacy number, which means.
And they also call it a credit profile number.
First of all, there's two ways to use a CPN.
Actually, there's no way to use a CPN. If you use a CPN, you're defrauding paperwork, and that's a federal crime. So there's not. So he's talking about illegally. There's two ways to illegally use a CPN. Go ahead, brother.
Legal way and the illegal way.
That's a lie. There's no legal way. Go ahead and just do a quick Google search. CPN is illegal.
Somebody else.
Well, we're gonna leave, but we listen to these dropouts.
Identity or somebody else's name and use it for your personal benefit, it is illegal. But when you make a CPN around your own name and use it for your own benefits, then it is legal. And a lot.
It's legal. Can you say so? That'd be so weird. Like really? Okay, he said so I can do it.
People don't understand.
Dude, okay, so CPN is the same digits as your social security number. Okay, so if you know your social security number is shit, meaning that child support is tied to it, warrants, all type of bad debt is tied to it, so you're likely to get denied any loan. What people do is they use this CPN, which is a stolen number, right, from guys like him. It's a stolen number that they give. From what I know, like celebrities and people like that use CPNs because they don't want to be found out, right? The person that has a car, the hotel room, credit card, whatever it is. So they use a CPN so they can be a John Doe, right? So it's really for them. It's a credit profile number for like people who want to remain anonymous, but they are very important. High valued people, so to speak. All right, anyway. So what he's saying is, he got access to some of these numbers, and you too, the person who's not a high value person in society, somebody who's not successful or important, because you owe debt, right? And you're in trouble. Well, yes, social security number is trash in the United States. So instead, use this CPN number, which give you a clean slate. Now you're able to get the things, the credit cards, the loans, things you couldn't get normally. But believe me, use that CPN, you're gonna be doing Fed time.
Whatever you do under that SSN number for the CPN is not going to pop up under the SSN number that you were God given at birth. So
that's a problem.
Let's say you don't have a CPN, so everything you're doing right now is under this CPN, this SSN number that you have right now. So boom, you get a new CPN. There's nothing under that CPN, and it's easy to build. So which means you can have up to 30 CPNs if you want to, surrounded by your name.
It'd be 30 counts.
And let's say you got LLCs attached to them, so now you're getting funded. So let me really break it down. There's not a limit.
So we're done with that one. Let's move on. All right. So now, what I was thinking about I was thinking about the Roe versus Wade. I was thinking about the arguments. I was thinking about the legalities and everything that plays into it. And then I start hearing some of the conspiracy theories why it was overturned, other than what's obvious. It's overturned because it's not in the Constitution. It's real clear. So it's not, if it's not in the Constitution's, I'm sorry, if it's not in the Constitution, then states can decide their own policies on that and bring up their own laws. As long as their laws don't violate the Constitution, it becomes lawful. It becomes a state law. Federal law still trumps it, but as long as it doesn't violate or contradict federal law, that's a lawful of the state. So each state can decide whether or not they want to, allow marijuana, because not every state is still allowing marijuana. Some states can allow abortion, some they don't have to, because it's not unconstitutional to not allow abortions. It's not unconstitutional to not allow marijuana. Do you know some states don't even do background checks for like jobs? That's actually illegal. So, but most states made it legal to do background checks in order to get a job. There's about 3 states that don't do background. They make it illegal to check the background check, to do a background check on somebody looking for a job. Okay, so states got a right to choose. So there's nothing unconstitutional about a state saying no abortions. All right, what you got to do is, if that's your thing and you want abortion there, then you got to become part of a Democratic Party. Their strategical team to get people in certain seats to get access to this, state governor, or become on your damn self, or put somebody in office where they can reverse that and make that state that accepts abortion. So I put up a meme in the Unbiased Research Group. An abortion clinic in Mississippi was sold. The building was sold because they do not allow abortions. You dig? So they sold their building. They went out of business. Okay, so now when they can't receive what I just said, they overturned it, not because of anything else. It was just, it's unconstitutional. They then said, no, it's the birth rate. Here can the conspiracy. White folks birth rate are declining, and A, B, and C. Actually, the American birth rate is declining. And this brings about the next video.
The New York Times reports that birth rates in America have fallen to the lowest levels in about 90 years, especially in parts of the country with the greatest job growth for women. Other reasons include people who say they can't afford it right now, or just...
So now you're hearing the reasons for the low birth rate amongst American people, period, but more so white people. So let me go back a little bit, because white people are said to be a little more responsible, right, in their actions. This is what they say. Okay, so look.
With the greatest job growth for women. Other reasons include people who say...
So what she said was, because women are busy working a lot now. They're not home waiting for the husband to come home to have sex with and get impregnated. They're actually busy. They have a social life. They're tired. So all that isn't there like it used to be.
They can't afford it right now.
Some people just don't have the money, and they refuse to raise kids in poverty.
Or just feel they don't need to have kids right now. And
some people just don't want kids. And what she's describing is what Kevin Samuels would call the modern woman, the modern woman. So these are modern women reasons, okay?
Oddly enough, it doesn't have anything to do with abortion, which I am thrilled to see, because it really becomes a different conversation. So Sarah, you had a family later in life. Can you relate to these things?
So that's what's happening. A lot of white women are choosing to have babies in the red, what does Kevin call it? The red zone, the danger zone. So they are choosing to have kids while they're in the danger zone. They're not having them as teenagers like that anymore, right? They say they're being more responsible with that because they're not prepared financially, mentally, things like that. So they have them later in life where when their education is kicking off, they're done with school, college, trade school, whatever, and they just started working. They're living their best life. They don't want to be tied down. And now they're about 33, 35, and they got money saved up. They feel like, yeah, I'm ready. And they're having them at that age. And this is why there's a decline. It's because the age they're having them. All right.
That women are saying about why they're not having children.
Now, you're going to get the reasons why women themselves are saying why they're not having babies. They got nothing to do with they can't have babies, all right? So that's the conspiracy talk. The conspiracy talk is they just can't get impregnated. Yeah, we are some wild people.
At this time.
Well, yeah, but I think they're overlooking one major thing. If anyone thinks I thought I want to start having babies at 38, like that wasn't a choice, and I wasn't putting it off or waiting, maybe indirectly by focusing on other things, but I was simultaneously trying to find my person for life and create a family, and both can happen at the same time. I just wasn't getting lucky in that lane until I finally did. So I think we don't account enough for people not finding people. A lot of my friends that don't have babies are just not in relationships and they want to have one to have a baby. You can also do it on your own. I understand.
You heard that? So most women that she and her age and she talks to, they don't want to have a baby where they're not committed. Okay, they want some type of family structure.
I also think fertility is a big conversation. People are having babies later because sometimes it now takes women many years to have babies. And I don't know if that was always the case or we're just talking more about it now. But I think it did overlook a couple details as to why these numbers may be as they are.
Right. Joy, what did you think?
All right, so next.
Birth rates in the USA have dropped to their lowest annual levels in 3 decades, falling for nearly every group of women, and part of a longer decline that dates back to the Great Recession. Amna Nawaz looks at some of the reasons why this may be happening.
More than 3.8 million babies were born in the United States last year. But last year's drop in the nation's birth rate, about 2% overall, was the largest drop in a single year since 2010. The rate even fell slightly for women in their 30s. And the teen birth rate continued its dramatic nosedive since the early 90s, down 55% since 2007. Last year, the only group to see a higher birth rate was women in their 40s. All this amid some concerns about America's aging population. Hans Peter Kohler, who studied...
So they're saying women at the later age are having these babies.
Fertility and birth rates in this country and many others at the University of Pennsylvania joins me now. Dr. Kohler, thanks so much for making the time. Let me ask you about these numbers now. The lowest number of recorded births in 30 years, the largest single drop since 2010. It paints a pretty grim picture, is it?
So this report is big news, and on the other hand, not all that surprising. So the U.S. stood out among high-income countries as one that had relatively high fertility. And the Great Recession changed that, and across many high-income countries, the recession resulted in declining fertility rates. The really surprising part is that we've now been quite some years through the recession and unemployment rates is very low, and that trend hasn't changed. So these low fertility rates, despite relatively good economic conditions, are really surprising. I wouldn't argue that they're a disaster or particularly worrisome. I would argue that the U.S. demographics in general continue to be relatively healthy, at least compared to many other high-income countries.
Okay, so because we're a high-end country, it's a high-end countries usually have this problem. Like when people are doing well, they're not going to have 5 to 10 kids. That's usually, from the little bit I researched, that's usually a poor person's dilemma. Like poor people don't have 1 or 2 kids, and mainly because, you know, from the countries, the kids don't live, so they have 10 because maybe 4 survives. You know, so that's been like a poor people problem in the annals of time. You know, less money, more kids, and the more money, less kids. And that's why he mentioned high-end countries. Like he's saying that our birth record in this high-end, our birth rate in this high-end country is better than other high-end countries. So we're still doing okay. Like
So let's talk about the economic anxiety part of this. Obviously, a lot of people point towards that as a theory why the birth rate declines. But as you mentioned, we're out of a recession now. So how do you look at these numbers? How do you explain this decline?
So presumably a big part is driven by a delay of childbearing. So there have been big declines in teenage fertility rates, and that is.
So you heard it again. So they're not having kids like that as teens. They're choosing, or the lady said that that wasn't really her intent, but she had other things that was endear to her. I'm sure education was one of them. And she was not looking just to be impregnated. You know, she didn't want to go to the artificial simulation way by just, you know, getting some artificial sperm in her and she's having a baby and she by herself. Like, she didn't want to do that. She said she was looking to have a kid with the love of her life, the future love of her life, you know, an expected partner. So this is how they think. They're not trying to have a kid by any means necessary, basically what I'm saying. And what they're saying
is good news because that presumably indicates a big decline in unintended or mistimed pregnancies. And across adult ages, that's presumably a delay of childbearing resulting from, on one hand, a desire to have children at later ages, often perhaps pressured by economic stress in early adulthood or high housing prices or desires to actually invest in child quality. And so these trends combined into a pattern where fertility and parenthood is going to be increasingly later. That's going to be across the board. And the US shares this across many high-income countries.
A lot of people sometimes float a theory.
This is normal again amongst high-end countries, right? So when I start hearing like people talk about something and they have these thoughts, the abortion thing, and I say, wait a minute, I bet you it's not what they're saying. And when I did some research, it had nothing to do, or it definitely wasn't solely that. That was not the case. Okay, that was totally just unconstitutional to tell states that they can't decide on their own whether abortion clinics should be tolerated or not. All right, that's unconstitutional. Every state has the right to vote on it, yay or nay. All right, so that's it on that. Let's go back. Let me read some comments first. And he said, I'm buying a big ass telescope. That's funny. Too many women per man, right? There's a lot of reasons for it. Okay, so isn't the ratio 5 women for each man? The longer it takes for her to be able to conceive after discontinuing use. A lot of times, I could just dumb computer. A lot of times, okay, man, this dumb computer maybe missed it. I gotta scroll way up. God damn. I'm putting charges on all you mother. Pelican Bay. All right. Okay, I'm back where I'm supposed to be. All right, American land of the free. I don't know which one is worse, this or the sovereign citizen crap. Yo, I'm trying to tell you, man. Yo, listen, I got them hand in hand. The credit repair sovereign citizen, yeah, that's like hand in hand. Okay, gotta get this. All right, catching up on the comments. Get the strap. She's an innovator in the scamming industry. Yeah, she definitely, at least she was successful though. Everybody else is broken line about their credit repairs. She actually produced results. I believe nobody else really produced results. And I wouldn't have believed her case unless I seen it myself. You dig? And I seen it myself, so I believe it. I would never believe she was a millionaire and she actually produced results. Polite would have got more respect if he stopped scamming his own race. Right. It's always a Nigerian to make it. It's this guy. Yup, it's getting very hard to get house insurance nowadays. I know out here some have successfully got a house on some BS, but MFers did jail time. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. To get renovation loan, you'll have type inspector in your business. Yeah. But that's a good thing. That's a good thing, Dice Man. The inspector, well, the inspector is going to always be there in all purchases, but definitely because things got to follow code, right? You can't just build a deck. You just can't get this done or this bathroom here. The inspector will and it's different type of inspectors. So, but the inspector has to come and approve. You can start something, go ahead and be foolish and start a project. And that inspector come over and say it's no good, you gotta take that shit down. They don't care what you pay for that thing. If you ain't get a permit or it's just in violation of the code, city code, you gotta take that thing down immediately, or you'll get another fine. Like it ain't all day. You might have 2 weeks to get that thing ripped apart. Yeah, so the inspectors are always going to be involved. Of course, depending on what type of loan you get for your home improvement, the inspector is not as strict. So a 203K loan, very strict. A 203B loan, I believe, is not as strict. Right? Yeah. It's not as strict. So to a 203B loan is called a fixer-upper. And that's when you need to do a lot of work. I forgot the dollar amount, but it's a lot of work. Little to no work is a 203K loan. All right. So anyway, let's go on. So it says, I wonder if you say I'm a scammer and folks employ your services, did they technically get what they paid for? Yeah, trying to tell you. But it turns out the people who say they are a scammer, it turns out they actually are the ones fulfilling their end of the bargain, as opposed to the ones who say they're not a scammer. It's just the scammers don't scam, basically, that admit it. But the scammers who don't admit it, they're the ones who actually take the money and go. Polite trying to scrape up the lawyer fee. Boss is still pissed for you never let that polite dude mentor him. Oh yeah. Mayweather like, yo, what did I get myself into? This crazy guy. Hacking itself. Well, I don't think he mentored, but he has some type of influence. Maybe he did. I don't know. Hacking itself isn't necessarily bad. There's good at hacking. Well, the brother King Hustle, he explains some of that. He said he is hacking out a scammer, but sometimes he'll call himself a scammer. So I'm like confused. The old head people's social security number. Yeah, that's some of that CPN stuff. And they say babies too. No, man. The CPN is also, they say babies social security numbers. Or social security numbers reserved for babies, because they said the social security numbers, they come in batches. Yeah, so it's like a real flaw in the game, and people exploit it. Just started from scratch. Dumbest shit I ever heard. File Chapter 7 bankruptcy, like chump shit, easy and very affordable. Your credit is no. Yeah. How get a fair case for dummies? No, man, you can make a lot of money off that book, right? I do believe these things inadvertently impact the reverse, so I believe people are more sensitive to ideas as a result of various social. Yeah. That's another thing. So I stopped it short, both of them. I didn't want to get a flag. The other reason was they actually believe in climate control. So they wouldn't, and it's pretty much white women. They didn't want to have babies because of climate control. They felt like the climate would be a factor in a baby's health, and to some degree, not climate control, but environmental effects are real. Men produce too many girls, right? Stop giving Kevin Samuels credit for concepts that predate his perspective. Yeah, but so it's a couple of things here. So I don't know who made the term status correction, but if you reference Joe Blow, people will think you're crazy, because Brother Polite will be the most familiar, more renowned person to use that term, right? So even Kevin Samuel told you that high value is nothing he made up. He said it before. But if you use the word high value, believe me, the world is going to give Samuels the credit for that. So, and like, no cap, that's a word now people use. And the person who made it up, nobody even probably know that person. It's the person who makes it famous. So it's wise to reference the person who made it famous, or the person who's more well known to say it, repeat it or stamp it. So that's wise. To mention Joe Blow, that's not gonna work. Like phantom constituents. I know you guys probably never heard of that, but if you reference unbiased sports as opposed to somebody else a little more, let's say Kamala Harris says it, next week, it'll be wise to reference Kamala Harris when you say phantom constituents and not unbiased sports. Okay, so the longer it takes for her side for her to be able to concede after this continues, it's okay. So isn't the ratio of 5 women? You read that? I love it. They too busy to jump off the dresser all day. Too many savages. Are they addressing how many of these women actually became pregnant though and chose not to carry to term? Yeah, that's interesting. True, I'm doing the same right now, renovation, but everything is up to co-right. So are you doing a true fixer upper where you pretty much building a house, down there from scratch, or are you like gutting process, or are you renovating just certain rooms, or you're buying a house and getting some minor repairs though, like a 2 or 3K loan? Peace, decent. So we're done with this. So now I just gave you and what the public is saying, like what is documented. So this is not to convince anybody. This is not to brainwash. Now you got both arguments. You got an argument that now that for the reasons they just said, like why the birth rate is slowing up is because women just not like Amber just said, they might just be getting abortions, possibly, right? But that's not what they're saying. So the people who are actually talking, yeah, they won't. I doubt they're gonna say abortion, but either way, yeah, the abortion thing is interesting. Yeah, so that might be a factor. All right, so now we're gonna get into the raw dog information. Okay, so now we're gonna stop being nice and we're going straight to it. Okay, now check this out. So now I told you, now we're getting to the civics part, right? Self-defense. Check this out.
Comes and actually opens the front door and gets the keys to the car off of the front table and then goes and rummages through the car.
So somehow the sister put her keys to the car on the front table somewhere like where he's not even in the house, and he grabs it and he's gonna go in the car. So she comes out to scare him away, right? Remember, as I said earlier, he's gonna explain, the brother's gonna explain. Yeah, so he's damaging property. He's not threatening her life. He's nowhere near her door. Her life is not in imminent threat, right? But she just want to scare him off from the car. So she's busting the gun in the air. We heard this before. Remember the woman who was supposed to be getting abused by her boyfriend, whatever, and bust the gun in the air, and she got some jail time. So look what is the law.
And now what you see here is you see the homeowner come outside and have 3 desk pops. And she says to everyone here, she's going to say to the people in the house, call the police or whatever. Go watch the news story that I've linked in the description. Read that one there. You can watch an interview with this homeowner. She had some serious problems with Oakland PD over this one. I have not been able to see whether she had.
So this is Oakland, California. Laws are different. You need to know your state laws when it comes to self-defense and guns.
Charges filed or not, but what she did there was quite illegal, and we're going to think about why. Please, I'm going to put a link in the description to our playlist entitled Journeys and Experts. This woman in Oakland is in big time. Let's talk about it. So I don't have the backstory on this.
Yeah, so she's in trouble, and we're going to get to that. So this is what he's showing right now is a home invasion attempt.
Notice here, our dude gets a.
But they all got guns. So he showed 2 different situations of a homeowner defending their house with a gun. One was justified, the other was not. Okay, so
gun in his hand.
These people got guns on their court, on the ring cam. They're going to try to kick the door open. So whoever lives in this house, their life is definitely is in jeopardy, and the homeowner is justified to believe that their life is facing imminent threat. So they're allowed to respond like this.
And they are going to go. Now, if you see all this on your doorbell cam and you're going, what am I going to do at this point? I would not recommend that you follow President Biden's advice and shoot him through the door. That's a bad idea. That door is there and is protecting you for that moment. However,
so President Biden said shoot him through the door, which I would have probably did. So now that means is you can do it, right? The president said it is legal. You can shoot through the door, and you can shoot through the door. You ain't got to wait till your door is kicked open. I'm not waiting for him to kick my door open. I'm busting. I'm looking in the camera. I see him close. I got a shotgun. I'm blowing. I'm taking somebody. I ain't trying to get nobody. Not everybody going to escape free. I'm getting somebody.
Once that door is kicked in, all bets are off. Now, I will say this. I think that every single person should take the time to reinforce the exterior doors of your home. Most exterior doors use little short, cheap screws to keep, literally, you can buy a box of them for significant case plate on. Once that door is kicked in, it doesn't protect you anymore. And so if you think something like this is happening, having your home defense firearm staged and ready.
Yeah, I mean, like, are they on meth? I just don't know how somebody can just, with guns, kick open somebody's door and just, like, be willing to murder whoever's in there. But, like, really, they don't even know what's in the house. Like, yo, what's up? And then we'll get mad. Now, these people travel by car. And then people get mad that they were racial profiled and stopped before this happened. So imagine they were successful. They killed everybody in the house. And let's say a police officer followed that car. It was suspicious, but they didn't have a proper call to stop the car, or even maybe they did stop it, but they couldn't search it. So this is why, people be like, hey, man, some racial profile or some, not just racial profile, I'm sorry. Some, because these guys not even black. Some profiling, some people look at it justified. Like, yo, nah, do what you got to do to get the bad guys off the street. Here we go.
And of course, it has to be prevented from unauthorized access, which in my world means a quick access safe. Your world, make sure that nobody who shouldn't get a hold of the gun does. But you should have that gun out and not necessarily pointed at the door, but ready, because where they're coming, they're going to come through that peephole gets covered pretty quickly. And then that's some kind of a doorbell camera. Those are very easy to install. This on your doorbell cam, and you're going, what am I going to do at this point? Advice and shoot them through the door. That's a bad idea. That door is there and is protecting you for that moment. However, once that door is kicked in, all bets are off. Any of them, as far as I can tell. But it did drive them off. So excellent work there. And
the owner started blasting, and they all ran off. Right. So let's go with the next one. This one right here.
You go read the news story. She says, I didn't know what their intentions were. They were in the car and doing all that. She'd taken the keys and then was rummaging through the car. She said, I don't know what their intentions were, what they were capable of. So I wanted to scare them and get them out of here. And so I fired up in the air, because firing up in the air was a better solution than, shooting directly at them. Number one, if they're not an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to you, you cannot shoot at them to begin with. Number two, this is incredibly reckless. Because, again, that bullet's going to come down somewhere. If you felt like you had to fire a warning shot, which I never recommend, just holler at them is just as effective. Then, finding some soft dirt in front of you to shoot into is far preferable than launching a projectile into the air. In almost any jurisdiction in America, in fact, I don't know one that's not, this is illegal. And this can...
So you say almost in every jurisdiction in America, you just can't fire. And I know that, because like you said, when you shoot somewhere, the bullet got to go somewhere. Okay, and that's the problem when you shoot like that.
Get you sent to prison for a good long time for just reckless endangerment. We have specific laws where I live in Arizona that is particularly targeted at gunfire up in the air, because
you heard that, the watcher,
of celebratory gunfire that killed a young girl a number of years ago. And so this is just not what you want to do, and you don't want to use the gun as an intimidation tool as a private citizen. You use it as a tool of last resort. I think, I just wanted them to really know that I was serious and they needed to get out of here. Well, now your gun has 3 fewer rounds in it than it did anyways, so you've depleted it, and it's not going to be as capable of protecting you. This is bad idea. Now, she had huge follow-up issues with the police as well, because if you go and, again, read the news story, that when the police arrived, they wanted to see the gun, and she said it's not on the premises anymore, because I guess it took them a long time to get there, and then she had a big problem with all that. Last thing here, again, I don't think this lady, I think everybody has a right to keep and bear arms. Everybody has.
So I don't know the news story. Maybe it's in the link, but she probably did some time. Most likely some time. Like you said, reckless endangerment. She probably did some time off busting the gun in the air. And like he said, that's pretty much they said Arizona like focuses on that. Like they try to discourage that. So they got harsh laws against that because somebody died. So I hope the sister ain't do no jail time, but she probably won't be able to carry a gun again. You know, her license and her privilege was probably taken from her. All right. All right. Okay, here we go. So now we're going to actual videos of police stops, right?
Edgewater. What's up, guys? Hello.
I already know. Here, take a look. You hear that noise?
Yeah.
It's my turn signals, man.
You're not wearing a seatbelt? He wasn't wearing a seatbelt?
So now it's a seatbelt thing. All right, let's look at some comments before I go further on a new direction. Amber, blah, blah, blah. I'm changing my name. You can't shoot through the door, but can't. But yes. So you can't shoot in the door. I mean, you could shoot in the door because you're shooting at people, right? That's close range, and the door pretty much is going to suppress the bullet. But it's because it's going to shoot somebody. This is why Biden said just go ahead and do that. But the guy that teaches self-defense says he wouldn't advise that. But busting in the air, definitely the bullet got to go somewhere, and where's it's gonna go. So yeah, they call it it is reckless, and even police officers are not allowed to shoot at a target if there's a background, a public background of people. That police officers can get charged with the same crime, right? So that goes both ways. That's just something that the country, shuns.
You mind putting a cigarette out for me, man?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, can you turn this off?
That'd be great. Thanks, man. Where y'all heading to?
I just came from a job. I was looking at a job.
So now you don't got it like the way this officer is aggressing him. It doesn't look like he's gonna get a warning, right? So he ain't got a seatbelt on. It looks like he's a little bored. So with that, I'm reluctant to answer any questions at this point. I just want to know why I'm stopped, get my ticket at this point. I'm annoyed, and the way they parked, I would have never parked facing somewhere where I'm like cornered. I ain't doing that in case these cops on some crazy Charles Bronson RoboCop type stuff. I could get out of there. So I'm not doing that. I'm pulling over the side of the road where I could pull off if need be, if I felt like the cop is on some bull. Now, he's telling where he's coming from, because remember that information can only be used against you.
Right there in Paramore.
Nice, man.
7-Eleven, Westmoreland.
So now they're both talking to police officers. Listen to me carefully. You don't have to say anything. I just read you your Bill of Rights. The Fifth Amendment, you don't have to incriminate yourself. You don't help their investigation out, right? You let the court decide when you should talk, when you can't talk, or the juror, right? The jury. You don't just voluntarily give information without your lawyer or some type of representation present. That's just we just talked about financial literacy, right? Where it's smart to do certain things with your money and dumb to do certain things. Well, when you're talking about civics literacy, there's just dumb stuff to do when confronted or contacted by a police officer, and there's smart things. A dumb thing to do is talk. Okay?
This is his car, actually.
Hey, do you have ID, man?
Okay, now, the way they're behaving, the reason why the police officers are on them more now than ever is because of where they're behaving. This is going to sound funny, but they're too compliant. Okay? This guy right here, ID please, brother, they ain't talking to you. And a passenger, like, again, this entertainment disclaimer, no legal advice, but it is the law, though. It is the law. So I'm quoting the law. The passenger don't have to give no ID, no identification, because you're not driving. You're not detained. The driver is detained. Okay, he's the one getting the ticket. Now the officer's gonna bother you by ID anyway, and you just let them know, officer, I didn't commit a crime. I'm not giving ID. We just read also the Fourth Amendment, illegal searches and seizures, without a reasonable and articulable suspicion of a crime. I'm not giving you anything as a passenger. Okay, kick rocks and go deal with the driver. Matter of fact, I'm not even rolling my window down, and I'm gonna feel like I'm asleep. I ain't gotta wake up. I'm going to sleep. If I'm the passenger and you get pulled over, I'm going to sleep. You tell him I'm asleep. You can bang on the window all you want. I'm asleep. Okay, I ain't talking to nobody. I'm asleep. I'm asleep. That's how I'm doing it. You get pulled over and I feel like some BS. We trying to get somewhere. I'm going to sleep. Who's that? My boy. Yeah, what's his name? He's asleep. You know what I mean? He's asleep. I'm not speaking for him. I got pulled over. You asked me my stuff, and that's just what it is. But for him, nah, we're not doing that. He's asleep. Well, wake him up. No, we're not waking him up. You can try, but he's a heavy sleeper. He's not gonna wake up. I don't give a damn what the officer do. I ain't getting up. Okay. All right. So this guy was too eager to hand over his ID. So you think that make the officers ease up? No. And look, he's a fairly young guy.
Any weapons in the car, Dad?
No, sir.
Any drugs?
No, sir.
You okay if we check it out? Sir?
No.
Are you okay if we check the car?
So now you see why they want to check these guys out. He talked about speeding or whatever he talked about, signaling. He talked about seat belts, and now he want to check the car for drugs and guns and then large amounts of cash.
What's the probable cause?
What's that?
What's the probable cause for
I don't have probable cause. That's why I'm asking for consent.
No, I don't.
No. Okay. What, did you get his ID? No. All right. Do you mind staying 10-12?
Yes, sir.
Now they're gonna run 2 IDs when they should be running only 1. This is what you do, man. Like that's a big no-no. That's a big no-no. The driver has to hand his over because you're pulled over for something, right? Now, if the officer pulls you over and he has not or she has not cited the violation, the traffic violation, then the driver don't have to give ID either. But if the police officer has cited a violation or articulated a traffic violation, then you got to give your ID as a driver. But the passenger, unless you did something illegal in the presence of the police officers or said something illegal, you're not obligated to get that person any identification, according to the Fourth Amendment.
Very good. Hey, if you guys aren't busy, I just got back here. We might need the dog.
All right, now look, you see that? You see that? So you complying, you talking to them. I told you, the police officers looked at their body language. Now, most of these videos I have not watched 30 seconds. I had to make sure it's something I could talk about before I even gave it a chance.
Military
Okay,
veterans
so
were
like
stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987.
The dog part I didn't even know they did. But with $2,500 or $5,000, if they did find 30 pounds of cocaine, most likely you're going to beat it. This is an illegal search. He just said he had no probable cause. He said it on body cam. Shit. Give me a horrible lawyer and you're going to beat this. You dig? You're going to beat this, right? He just said I have no probable cause, but he got the dog anyway. After you said no. And remember, the dog is only 50%, sometimes 40 to 30% accurate. Okay, so that's not even a foolproof measurement. It's not to be trusted. So that $2,500 to $5,000 that your defense attorney is going to easily note that to the jury, and most likely, if it's a fair, if everything's fair or close to fair, you're not getting charged with anything they find.
We're heading your way. We're just behind Dave. We're trying to get to the tag real quick.
All right, Tim.
I'm not interested in all that right there. I want to get back to. So did they walk to the car? Get them out the car. Let's see. After the police car. All right, so they're gonna walk up back to the car. Come back to the driver's side door.
Ask one more time. Are there any weapons in the car that okay, my main concern.
So look, you already answered the question. He already asked you, can he search it? You said, is there probable cause? He admitted no. And now he's coming back to ask you again. This is when you, again, plead the fifth. Sir, I have nothing else to say to you. And I'm going to show you the lawyer's advice how to plead the fifth the correct way after this. Well, after a couple videos, I'm going to show you how to plead the fifth the correct way. Well, the lawyer, I'm going to play a video that shows you from a lawyer perspective how to plead the fifth the correct way.
Convicted felon, I'm not allowed to be surrounded by
Okay. All right, man.
I do have a pocket knife in my right pocket.
All right, I appreciate the heads up. Okay. Do you mind putting your stuff right here on the dashboard? I'm gonna have you step out for a second, okay?
For what, sir?
That and that. Yep.
So now, when he asks you to step out, that is an arrestable offense. You do got to step out. I don't give a damn, probable cause or not. If the police officer says step out your car, you have no choice. That is always under threat of arrest. And they can bust your window. They can do all what they got to do to snatch your little crazy stuff out that car. So once they say step out the car, don't ask why. It doesn't even matter. You got to get out. So just get out the damn car.
Put it all there. Go ahead.
What?
Go ahead. No, put your phone in your wallet up there, man. We're gonna talk to you back here, dude. I'm gonna do a quick back down, make sure there's no other weapons on you, okay? Actually, we're gonna come back here, all the way behind the car. There you go. Hands behind your back.
Remember that pat down is just for weapons. If you have a small bag of some illegal product and they pull out your pocket, that will not be admissible in court. The pat downs for weapons, not for drugs or any illegal identifications, any CPNs, none of that. It's for weapons only. Okay, as long as it's small, right? Where it's clearly not a weapon. And he said, put your hands behind your back. He can do that. Okay, that does not mean you're arrested, it just means you're detained. A detained does not always lead to handcuffs. So that's at the discretion of the police officer. They can detain you with handcuffs or the little silver zip ties, plastic zip ties, or nothing. They can just say sit at the curb and you got to do it because you're detained.
This is just how it search people, okay?
Okay, so he just said that. So let me just read some comments real fast to catch up what everybody's saying to make sure we all on one accord. Zane, peace, bro. He says good night. The bullets go to heaven. Duh. Yo, uncooperative, you get the worst. Right. Once you're uncompliant, it doesn't work out for you. I mean, that's just common sense. That's anywhere in life that you're dealing with somebody who has authority over you. It could be your job. It could be whoever got authority over you. It could be DMV. You're uncompliant, they don't go your way usually. Did he drop the cigarette butt on the floor? I'm not even sure. I didn't peep that. The officer shouldn't be asking for it, right? It's not unlawful. It's illegal. Bias would it be like the dude from Friday Next Day Air, always sleeping. Fruit of poisonous tree. This is what all patrol cops do. They want a chance to search and possibly find something. It has nothing to do with the stop. Right. They're looking for something. Cop splainer. No, not cop splainer. I'm a law splainer. Okay, so everything I'm saying is written. It's written. It's not. And I read the Bill of Rights earlier. Rewind the video to the beginning. I go right to, well, not at the absolute beginning, but about 15, 20 minutes into the beginning, I go into the Bill of Rights. So that's actually, everything I'm telling you is First Amendment, Second Amendment, depending on what state you in, Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment. So everything that I just explained is in the First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment. Okay? So those are the references, right? So I cited where I got it from. Not cops explaining, education, right? If you don't want to be in big trouble with police officers, you're going to comply to the law. Police officers are law enforcers. They enforce the law. Supposedly only the law. Sometimes they enforce their feelings and their racial prejudices, but they're supposed to only enforce the law. So I'm only speaking about things that's lawful and unlawful. And also, I'm trying to prepare you where you're not going to run for the damn cops and get shot like the other videos I shared. People running from the cops getting shot. If you don't want to get shot, or you want to minimize your chance of getting shot, comply, right? Real simple. Okay, so let me read this right here. So pleading the fifth, you get the worst treatment. You basically have to do whatever they say to avoid shit. Nah, it's not really true. So for one, my boy, you first want to note if they have a body cam, okay? If they do, you want to ask them, is it recording? Once they say yes, you're good. But as I explained earlier, you also want your own phone in your car recording, okay? So I got two phones and I keep in my car. So in case they get to one, the other one still records. So I got one if I felt like it's needed. I will have one in the glove compartment recording audio while the one visibly on the vent, right there where you keep it, the vent recording video, if need be. If I feel like things getting crazy, that's what I would do. So if they're able to shut the video off, the audio's still recording, and I can say on record, hey, why you cut my video off? That's for my safety. You dig? So now the audio will capture all that. You know, okay. And you can't shut the audio off unless you just cut the phone off. But the audio still records what it records. So no, that isn't. You plead the fifth. You are, and again, you're gonna hear this from a lawyer himself, not just unbiased sports, but an actual lawyer. So pleading the fifth, the question is supposed to stop there, but you also want to say, again, I'm gonna have a lawyer explain it correctly, how to plead the fifth correctly, but you do want to state your attorney. When you plead the fifth, you want to say, I plead the fifth. I feel more comfortable if my attorney was present while you ask these questions. Then ask when the question is supposed to stop. If they don't stop and they force you to say something, again, it's not admissible in court, gets thrown out because they just violated your civil rights. And now he's playing Russian roulette with his qualified immunity. What is qualified immunity? You don't know. Nobody knows because you got to research this stuff. So that applies to protection from the cop. You know, that's his liability. So when people sue from a cop bad practices, you're not suing the police officers or most likely the department. You're suing the city, the tax. You're getting tax money, right? But because they're protected by qualified immunity. Once they have been proven to violate your civil rights, okay, the court can say the qualified immunity is gone too. That means you could come at the cop civilly and hold them liable that way too. So yes, my brother, if you don't want to win, then you don't play the game. If you want to win, you play the game. All right. So let me so I just want to answer that. Either way, it doesn't warrant death. Yeah, but guess what? You should condone it. Now, okay. Now you're getting emotional, and this is what happens when people come in the chat. They hear facts, they hear the raw truth, they get emotional. When I research, I don't get emotional. There's some things I don't like when I research these things, but I accept it because it's the law. There's nothing I can do about it. And you damn sure ain't doing nothing about constitutional law, right? Now, state law, there's something could be done. City ordinances, things can be done, and policy things can be done. But the Bill of Rights and the amendment, the Constitution, ain't nothing. You can forget about that. That's going to be the same. But so don't get emotional. This is me educating my people. I'm doing my part. Y'all got to do your part. So I'm educating my people about the actual law that you're faced with day to day. This is not a feelings live where I'm trying to make you guys feel good. My duty is to educate what affects us the most. We die from police confrontations, right? Outside of our own issues amongst our community. But I want to help lessen the death you speak about with police confrontations. So I'm telling you what you did not know prior. So resist arrest, you increase your chances of death. Real simple. Okay? Mostly every viral video, mostly all of them, where a police shot somebody, whether he was justified or not, that person was fleeing from the police officer or resisting one way or another. There's very little video of the person sitting there and getting shot. There's way more video of the person resisting one form or another getting shot. All right, so we ain't gonna do that. Okay, so the Constitution has been amended. All right, bro. Well, good luck with that. You dig? And first of all, you got to overturn city ordinances. If you can't overturn a city ordinance, good luck with overturning state law, and even worse, best luck overturning, the Constitution. And now so that's why you gotta go to the beginning of my video, because it shows you the articles, it shows you how things get amended, and all that type of stuff. Yeah, you should go to the beginning of it. And I think I put the link in here from yesterday. So yesterday the link was in the chat in the last live. So go in the last live, fast forward a little bit, and you'll see the link for some of the stuff. Right. Peace, Zane. So Viola, peace. Again, you have the right to resist unlawful arrest. Yeah, and you got the right to even shoot a cop dead if the cop is found unlawful in his actions. You got the right to defend yourself against an unlawful cop. Right. So you got the right to resist arrest, and you got the right to protect yourself if you feel like your life is in danger from a cop that's behaving outside the law. Okay, so those are all facts. Let me read some more stuff. Oh, matter of fact, so we do have a phone number. So, not to debate, but just to, get clarity. So there's a link that you can click, and I can put the phone number in. Not to argue, debate, but just, to just clear some things up. What's being said, and if you can add on to it, like the brother just added on resisting arrest from unlawful cop, you can do that. That's true. But again, you want to make sure the body cam recording, or you do your own recording surveillance. So let me just put the phone number in there also in case somebody want to call in. But everything I'm saying is already documented. Like nothing I'm saying is opinionated. All right. So here you go. Boom. And so anybody can call them, but all you're gonna do is just agree. You know what I mean? Just gonna agree when I pull the stuff up. They're just gonna agree with it. Okay, so that's the link and that's the phone number. If somebody want to add on or you want to challenge me on what I'm saying, and it's okay. Okay. All right. So maybe I'm reading stuff too fast. I'm misinterpreting what you guys saying. I apologize. I'm trying to catch up. So I'm doing a bad job of watching the video and reading the comments. So I'm trying to catch up, and I'm trying to read them fast. So there's a great chance I'm misreading your comments and responding to it in a way you didn't intend it, and a way you didn't intend on stating your comment or the way you placed it. So I apologize for that. My apologies. It's my fault. I am skimming through the comments. All right, especially if it's long, I'm like, damn. All right, here we go. I don't want to play the full video, 30-something minutes. I just want to get to the part with the dog.
Alright, not hitting on it yet. Hey, stand up real quick, man. You gotta check your comments. Change. Yeah.
So now they're doing it.
I don't see how you did.
All right. So now so this is when the cops can the cop. All right. So this is when it get tricky and bad for the cops, because now they're doing an official search. So, man, where was this at again? What state was this? Yeah, man, with that lawyer, I'm telling you guys, save up for $5,000 the most, $2,500 the least. This is when it's gonna help you a lot, because now you could take it, you could sue the city at this point, right? Once you prove that he said he had no probable cause, but they still harassed you. So now this is going to your civil liberties. Now they're violating your civil liberties, from my understanding. So this is when you can take it out on the city of this police department.
I mean, maybe did you have a friend or anything that's been smoking weed? Could be a number of different reasons, Yeah. Just keep your hands there.
Okay.
Don't pay full price on Apple when you can do this instead.
I'm not
Make
sure
Capital
if the
One
marijuana
shopping.
laws at that point. Of course, they're gonna do a smell like weed thing, but nowadays for states that legalize weed, again, check with your state laws. But I believe you're able to travel with at least 2 ounces, nothing more. So, but again, check with your state laws. Do not. This is just generic information. All right. Do not rely on me. But generally speaking, in states where they legalize marijuana, you're able to travel with at least 2 ounces. Anything more, you might be in big trouble.
All right, man. Have a seat.
Can I please have my phone, please?
We're not gonna let you make a phone call right now. Okay. And your headlights are off. I checked them. No.
Shot 412 headquarters.
All right, now they're searching the car. All right, maybe I missed the dog part. This is 16 minutes in. Okay, now it's getting more interesting. Okay, you're supposed to get a dog. Now this guy is actually searching the car. Well, he did claim he smelled marijuana, so I guess. But this might goes until Michelle Alexander book, The New Jim Crow, where they would use this smell like marijuana, and that was enough probable cause to search the car. So yeah, so that's just one of those flaws in this I believe state law.
1015 51 to BRC.
Yeah, they are determined to find something. I mean, that's just crazy, man. Like, they are going out their way to lock up 2 people. Like, they are going out there, like they are hell destined to put a drug charge on these 2 brothers and lock them up. They're going out their way, man. And these type of police officers give all police officers a bad name. You dig? So when some people had enough and they get pulled over by a good cop, they're gonna think about these cops and they're gonna take it out on the good cop in a very nasty way, possibly. But it hasn't happened. Yeah, you can make up probable cause, but again, that defense attorney, has a lot to say about that. don't forget, these police officers be cross-examined. So their lies get exposed. They be beating the hell out of them. There are some defense attorneys who are friends with the state, who are friends with the court. So they might not go as hard and make them look bad. But you got some defense attorneys, like the one I'm going to play, who are not a friend of the court like that, who's seen as an op. And he makes those police officers look bad in those cross-examinations. He be utterly destroying them. And you're going to see some example of that. So I'm going to fast forward some of right here because it's obvious he's searching the car. I want to get to the bottom line. And yo, that car is filthy as hell. So another note, please, you make the case better for yourself. Have a clean, neat car. So when they do the search with the body cam, they're not looking through that much stuff, right? Because there's some cops who was planting drugs on people, and he was using that trash to put drugs in it and say, hey, this looks familiar. Have a clean car. You dig? So when a cop pull you over, you can do your own surveillance in your car, right? You have your lights on, look through your car while he's in there reading your tags. Go put the camera in your car so that there's nothing in your car. Okay, so when he said this was there, shit, when? Because I just recorded my car, the inside of my car, and that was not there until you said it was there. He had good cop and Robocop. He is the dog. Yeah, Zane say he is the dog. Yeah. So these are dirty cops right here. You dig? Like these are what you would call pigs, bad representative of the police force in America. This is a case in point of horrible, dirty piece of trash cops that make all cops look bad.
Is this open?
It's open. Yeah, you unlock the door, stupid. All right, so
Join large-scale battles with military vehicles. The online action game War Thunder has received a major update.
Doesn't even have center console.
Inside or just
It was inside the center console in a in that Newport or whatever cigarette box that is.
So they allegedly reporting that they found some marijuana, probably a small amount. Now, don't touch my shades though. Like, come on. Well, first of all, he can't even. Yeah, don't touch my shades. Don't touch my shades. You got your fingerprints. Don't touch my shades.
With what? It's in one of those. Might be it. I put it. Oh, right.
That car is filthy, man.
Headquarters, Delta 40.
For headquarters.
That's the bottom line. So it ain't the drug bust you thought, huh?
You asked him the dog hit on very well.
Them shades gone. Them shades kind of fly too. Them shades are gone.
Hit on that.
Headquarters, Pack 96.
Man, got dishwashing gloves. Man, get some real latex gloves.
This is your wallet, right, man? Huh? Yeah.
So let me go further. Nobody in handcuffs yet.
13.
Yeah, internal affair. Yeah, and some, because it's really police. It's really policing police. You dig? So your internal affairs. Yeah. I could see how people don't really accept their role. Because it really be the same police officers of the department who just got a second job, just a second duty. Like some of them be like gang unit, regular, So yeah, internal affairs. Yeah, it's the police policing the police. but you got some good ones, and like my man said, decent. You got some joke. Yeah. So yeah, that's they need an outside agency, man. But yeah, that's a shame. Let's take a look at this. Who's driving the car? The police officer? Oh, yes, police officer.
Just want to make sure I got the right one.
I haven't talked to you yet.
You're good, man. All right, you're good to go. I'm gonna help you back out.
Yeah, those are some filthy cops. Let me read. Is there anything to read here? No. There's nothing to read. But yeah, so y'all just dirty cops. That's just what it was. All right. Oh, I never watched that whole thing before. I would have spared y'all all those minutes. I would just narrate it. Show the beginning, just narrate it what happened. Save a lot of time. RBG air freshener. Okay, so yeah. They was trying their best. Yeah, leave his dishwashing gloves alone. Yeah, come on, man. That dude gloves is, dishwashing gloves. Like, come on, look kind of. Yeah, I've never seen an officer with dishwashing gloves. Like, why not have the regular latex? That's crazy. And he didn't even put them on. Okay, so here's some disturbing video of Philando Castile, and it's not to give a judgment on what happened. It's just to give observation what happened. We're gonna show two other instances of what you got to make sure you do. Not even saying we don't even know what he did. I'm talking about we don't know if he followed the gun law procedures when you get pulled over correctly or not, because there's no body cam video, right? So, and we don't even know if he did anything wrong. So when the officer says stop reaching, we don't know if he's reaching or he wasn't, because all we got is the cop's word. That's it. The person who survived tells the story. And that's just unfortunate. Unfortunately, that's just how that played out.
It took just seconds for a routine traffic stop to
light last July. First, asking Castile for
So he got his ID. He's complying.
His license and registration.
I have to tell you, I do have a. Okay.
Now, what's interesting, I'm watching for the second time. So Philando Castile said, I do have a firearm on me.
Firearm on me. Don't reach for it then.
Okay, now, if he was reaching for it, this was interesting that I noticed later. If he was reaching for it, then why wasn't he responding? He's looking too. So why didn't he see the same thing? Why did he see the same thing that this guy's seen?
Don't pull it out. Don't pull it out.
So I think I heard her say. So the girlfriend either said he's not pulling it out or don't pull it out. So either she was riding with the boyfriend saying he's not pulling it out, or she's riding with police officers saying don't pull it out. So let me go back. I just caught that.
Don't reach for it then. Don't pull it out.
Okay, he said I'm not pulling it out.
Don't pull it out.
Yeah, so she said something I can't even tell. So the other cop was just oblivious to what's going on.
July. First, asking Castile for his license and registration.
I have to tell you, I do have a firearm on me. Don't reach for it then. Don't pull it out. Don't pull it out.
Yeah. I mean, the other cop wasn't even. Yeah. I mean, yeah. That does not look good for the police officer that shot him and killed him. I have no idea what happened with this story. Like, what happened? Was the police officer charged? Yanes was acquitted last week during the trial. Yanes said he feared for his life and thought Kessler was pulling out a gun. He was licensed to carry. Yeah, that's crazy. So this is Minnesota, the state of Minnesota. Interesting. Okay, so like I said, the cop, the person who lived, was able to tell the story. Well, the woman, like, like, because she's, I'm pretty sure she gave testimony. You know what? I wonder if this is on. I wonder if this court, this was. I wonder if this was I wonder if they got any court video. To this. Like, I would love to see the lawyers, how they argue on behalf of Philando Castile. Like, how did they cross-examine the cops? That's interesting. Two key videos. So jury in Yanez trial rewatches two key videos. Attorneys react after dash. Okay, so let's see what the attorney said. I'm interested.
Less than a week after the not guilty verdict, we are getting a look at a key piece of evidence in the trial of Officer Geronimo Yanez.
Police dash cam video is rolling for the entire traffic stop and captures the moments Yanez fired his gun 7 times at Philando Castile. We do want to warn you, this video may be disturbing
okay, I don't
and hard to
video.
watch for some.
I don't want to. I want to hear the attorney's reaction.
He makes a revelation.
I have to tell you, I do have a...
Okay. All right, so we heard that part already.
Attorneys who represented Yanez during the trial say it
He's smiling and everything.
Shouldn't change people's opinions of the verdict.
You'll notice that after the shooting, he was terribly traumatized. He had thought that this guy was going to kill him. And of course, that's something that, unless you've experienced, I'm sure, is very scary.
Defense attorney Earl Gray maintains Yanez followed protocol and shot his weapon.
All right, anyway, so I'm not trying to review that case. I just want to go further, right? So, unfortunately, the brother passed, and we have to just try our best to handle those situations when we're the one with the gun. Here we are.
How you doing?
Officer Gulak, Baltimore Police Department. The reason I stopped you is because
listen, I'm a supervisor for a transport company. Obviously, I'm armed. I don't know if you saw that. Yeah. I just gave you my permit and everything. Tags are completely expired. I'm a supervisor for a transport company. I'm dropping it off so they can take it to the body shop. You see it's fucked up. It's right around the corner. I got some more firearms in the back, but I'm gonna let you do your thing.
Okay. All right. So let's see. Permit. All right. So you're from Florida?
I'm from New York.
New York?
Yeah. Okay. But I got a business here.
You got a business here?
Yeah.
So is that your...
So as you can see, he's well armed. It's clear. He got his hands up, away from the gun. That's important.
So
okay.
I just travel back and forth.
Okay. So is that your current address right there?
Yeah.
Florida?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
You know, when I saw you, I slowed down, right? Then I said, fuck. You saw that, then I'm like, he got me now, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
but
yeah.
It's all good.
It's all right.
I try to get it.
Yeah. All right, I'll be right back.
All right.
Are you transporting your gun from the range?
Oh no. I'm well, let me explain. So
you got a handgun on you too.
Absolutely. I'm gonna tell you what I do. So
okay.
I'm a firearm instructor, state of Maryland, certified firearm instructor.
You got your instructor card?
I got everything. I'm gonna pull everything up for you.
So that's another thing. Let's make sure that we are getting instructions from firearm instructors, because they really can save your life. You dig? But again, if a police officer wants to shoot you and lie and all he has is the dash cam of his car that can't show the inside of your car, I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. Like, you're just gonna die, and that's just the messed up part in this country. You know, because but you see, he has his own recording, and that's what I said. Like, let's learn from the unfortunate, events. Like, let's learn from them. So he has his own recording. He's not relying on the body cam or the lack thereof. He got his own recording, so they can't say he reached for it. He's clearly not showing he's reaching. So as a firearm instructor, he's living what he preaches. And this is one reason why they couldn't pull that on him. And I'm sure the recording is like visible, okay, where the police officer can definitely see it.
I'm also ex-law enforcement, current.
Where you at? Okay.
So that's why I got machine guns back there, silencers, anything you need, just let me know. But no, seriously. Listen. When I pop the trunk, you gonna be like, yo, who the fuck is this guy? But I got all my documentations in the back seat. I'll give you everything. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure y'all was like, who the hell is this guy? Man, shades on. You know what I mean? Let me check him out.
Okay. And you got
I'm actually, like I said, I was dropping this off because it's not supposed to be on the road. You know what I'm saying? I was dropping it off, taking everything out, and then shooting out to go do a class. Actually, you know what I mean?
Okay. Where your class at?
Guntree.
Oh, you going Guntree? Guntree
on
Owens Mills.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna make sure your credentials good.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Take your time, man. Like I said, if you allow me to pop the trunk, I can give you my other credentials. You know what I mean?
Okay, so I'm gonna stand by because I want to make sure.
Yes, sir.
That
I'm
we're
gonna keep
safe.
my hands here.
Yeah. Look, listen to me. You got a lot of arson.
Firearm instructor, learn from his behavior, right? If you are in a city where you're allowed to travel with your gun, travel and carry, learn what to do. Keep your hands out of reach of the gun. And this is only the best you can do. So Descent, he's taking big chances, but so are we. Every time you go somewhere, every time you leave your house, you're taking a chance, right? Of some weirdo, some mass shooter, some racist cop, some hateful black man, some deranged, you know what I mean? You're taking it, some person who's drinking drunk. Like, every time we leave our house, we're taking a chance. And how about the people who stay in the house and get the bullet that wasn't meant for them? So, like, it's really like life itself is dangerous. So you never know, but you can't live in fear. You dig? We can't live in fear. Like, you gotta live your life. You gotta live your truth, right? Live your truth. So that's what it is. You know, if you have a nice BMW, nice Benz, nice Tesla, nice Camaro, all that stuff, man, C8, you're taking a chance of a carjacking. So, but you're not gonna ever buy the car of your dream, you dig? Or the house of your dream. You're not even gonna buy your wife a beautiful big diamond ring, you dig, or yourself some luxury stuff, some luxury items. You're always taking a chance no matter what you do. All right, let's continue.
And then you got this Glock on your chest.
Yes, sir.
Is the AR back there? Is that unloaded?
No, everything is loaded. Everything is loaded.
So you got just do me a favor, keep your hands.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna keep my hands like this for y'all. That's cool.
Okay. No. You fine. Just
leave
the steering wheel.
Yes, sir.
You have a loaded Glock.
Hey, sir. Listen, man. I want everybody to be safe. You know what I mean? And I could be anybody. I could be a fucking terrorist. So I get it.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
You know what I mean?
So I'm waiting on another unit.
Some backup. Y'all called the backup quick, huh?
Yeah. I was in the car. You see me got the car. Sorry, you went past us. All right, so I got another unit coming down. We're just gonna make sure everything. Make sure you left foot, your right foot.
You might try to give me the trick.
All right, put your hands up for me. All right, so we're gonna secure the first one.
Between the legs, gets the three.
Right.
Experience more than ever before.
First, all right.
Yo, why did they stop Fernando Castillo in the first place? I forgot why. Because I was so focused on like the shooting, I forgot why they even initially stopped him. All right.
I'm gonna secure it. Head to my part.
Yes, sir.
All right, you get everything back when you get done.
Yes, sir.
You sound independent?
Yeah, right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Cool. Just sit back up for you too. All right.
Yeah. It don't gotta be neat. Yeah. Just I'll wait till y'all leave.
Okay. All right.
Don't wait till we leave and then we get a call. We gonna get a call.
All right. So this got almost 9 million views right here. You dig? So that's how that worked out. All right, so let's go on and let's go to another instructor. Check this out.
Roll down the window so you all can see on the inside.
So he's actually pulled over right now by Chicago police, and he's like recording again. You see what the instructors do? The instructors video record themselves. So we're focusing on what to do. Okay, we're not focused on debate, none of that stuff. We're focused on what you should do. Everybody in this chat, your loved ones, spread the message. This is what you should do if you are in fear of your life from police officers. If you believe they be on BS, then you need to protect yourself the best you can. So if they have a death wish for you and they decide to kill you no matter what, at least your video recording can speak for you. And if you get a YouTube account, go live, you know what I mean? So it's definitely on the internet. Whatever you need to do, you do it. But as you notice, these guys are recording themselves. Well, that's the first lesson. Both instructors got their video camera recording. GoPro, whatever the hell it is, it's recording. So he's actually put it right now. He's letting people know that he followed his own instructions. So you see his hands?
Thank you. How you doing? You're good. You're good. All right. All right. So I am a concealed carry licensee. I do have my firearm on my right hip and my license, proof of insurance, as well as my ID.
So he got his hands in the camera. So he can't pull that old, don't touch the weapon, don't touch the weapon. He can't do that. He got his hands in the camera.
Around my neck. Can I get them for you?
Yes, you can.
Okay. All right.
As long as you don't reach.
I'm not reaching.
But look, as long as you don't reach. You hear? They always want to say that. As long as you don't reach.
You're good. You're good.
Now, look where he cleverly put it. Around his neck. Some dog chain type style. If you're a gun carrier, you should borrow that. So you're not going to your wallet, you're not going to your glove compartment. It's on you, and most importantly, your camera is recording it.
Is it on your right?
It's on my right hip. Yep.
Yeah. You see it? Yeah.
So things may go different for you, like for these two brothers.
Where are we heading to? Where?
I am heading to the Chicago Park District. I'm getting ready to talk to a person who is there. I help them. Let me silence this call. Yeah, I help people obtain their perk cards, concealed carry licenses, things like that.
I've seen your videos.
You see my videos? All right. So you see I'm doing what I teach people to do now. All right.
You are.
All right. You all matter. You're matter. Roll down the window so you all can see.
That was it on that. So the brother is showing you what to do in advance, so we don't just rely on the police video recorders alone. You have your own that can tell your truth after you unfortunately pass away if they decide to murder you. You have your truth to counter or rebut against their truth. You don't have the police officer does not have a body cam, but you do. All right. And you're recording everything. And I believe that would have went a little differently. Now the brother didn't know his fate was on the line, at that time. But again, precautions, if you're going to carry a gun, and period, I also do this regardless of what. If you feel like cops be on BS, you should be the main one documenting all your stops. Okay. So you want to ask the officer for his name and badge number. So in case he disrespects you, he might not hurt you like that, but disrespect you, you can file a complaint. Okay. So go on. So that's 2 down. So hope we learned something so far from that. All right. So this is for Decent.
In the citation, did you note everything important that you saw?
I put the elements of the crime in the citation.
So this is what lawyers do to lying police officers.
Yes, I fulfilled the elements.
Anything important would be in the citation, correct?
I can't put everything in there, but I put in facts that I observed.
So if something is important, but you don't put in the citation, do you recall it from memory?
I remember everything that I need to from that night.
Do you remember everything from all of your cases, officer?
No, I don't.
But you remember everything about Joel crystal clear?
From this night, I know what I observed.
We do not have a video recording for this case, do we?
No.
So we just have to rely on your testimony.
Okay, so I believe that was a not guilty verdict on the suspected DUI driver, because that lawyer I'm talking about, $25,000 to $5,000. You know, he speaks for you. He represents you. He represents your truths. He represents your recollection of the event, and then he cross-examined the police officer recollection of his event, also of the night, including the so-called evidence that the prosecution is going to provide to get a guilty verdict.
Hey guys, this move is really going to be great for us.
Probably not.
Did he tell you that he has just woken up?
Hold on. Let me go. Here we go.
So in 2001, the Supreme Court said, in Ohio versus Reiner, we have emphasized that one of the Fifth Amendment's basic functions,
Decent. Fifth Amendment, told you,
is to protect innocent men who otherwise might be ensnared by ambiguous circumstances. There it is again.
So I don't know how it can go left if you're pleading a fifth. Like, I don't know what can an officer do. Like, you're refusing to talk unless your attorney is present. I don't know what. All he can do is write you a ticket for the initial traffic stop. That's about it. Or ask you to step out the car, but he cannot force you to talk.
Ambiguous circumstances, something that has led the police to go on maybe a wild goose hunt. Truthful responses of an innocent witness.
Hey, yo, listen, yo, Gullah he's onto something. He said, wear a MAGA hat, and definitely have your United States flag somewhere in your window. That's what I'm going to get. Okay, you want that somewhere in one of your windows where it's visible, where the police officer definitely can see it. You want that American flag somewhere on your car. The bumper, the window, they got fresheners, air fresheners. You want that somewhere. All right. He's right. You gotta play the game. Order that mega hat. Order that MAGA hat. And have that thing under your seat. You get put over, put that thing on. He said a MAGA hat. Yeah. So Decent, you missed the episode where they brought the dog to her brother and sister car, boyfriend and girlfriend. And remember, it was unwarranted, and they actually searched his car. The dog fake alerted. They searched his car. They found $100,000 worth of cocaine. They put him in handcuffs. They took him down. He got processed, him and his girlfriend. Once the DA took a look at that body cam, Decent, the brother didn't even need a lawyer. The DA dropped all the charges. Okay, so that's what happens, my brother. So you don't have a choice but to put your faith in the system. You dig? You can be what they call an outlaw, and that's when it gets worse for you, when you decide to not comply with the laws that's there to supposedly protect you and guide the officer what's right and wrong. You only can rely on that, just like you can only rely on your what's that called? Damn it. When you sign a contract for a house, right? To rent. What's that called? Your lease. Brother. And the landlord can finagle you also. But you could only rely on what you signed for, right? What you signed to. So the lease is like the law. Okay? So if it's not in the lease, you can argue, like, why can't I do it? Like, it's not in the lease. So that's how the law is. Like, you want the contract. The contract is the law, and that's all you got. If you go outside that, you're on your own, and you might be one of these guys who get locked up or hurt, But I understand, in the conscious community, people want to be radical. They want to be extreme. Everybody else would just want to go home.
Here it is. Truthful responses of an innocent witness, as well as those of a wrongdoer, may provide the government with incriminating evidence from the speaker's own mouth.
You hear that? As long as you talk, that is evidence from the speaker's own mouth. I gave my account. I ran a stop sign. I really just yielded through it. Like, I made sure I was riding. As I got closer, I slowed up. I made sure nothing came left or right, and nothing close enough to hit me. And I pulled off in Newark, because Newark is straight chaotic. So a cop actually was coming. He was the only car like approaching me. So he pulled me over, and my dumb ass said, after I knew what I was getting pulled over for and getting ticketed for, my dumb ass said, "Yeah, officer, I didn't even see you." He said, "Oh, you didn't?" And he gave me another ticket for not seeing him. You dig? So yeah. So what you say can only incriminate yourself. So you can disregard this advice, this laws that protect you from incrimination, self-incrimination. You can ignore that and start talking to the police officer. All you're gonna do is give them probable cause or even more probable cause to search your car, right? So don't believe that just because an officer says, and don't forget, we're in a day and time where most states legalize marijuana, so we got to stop using the weed thing. It smell like weed, because they can't even use that anymore in states that legalize marijuana. So we don't even got to. So we don't got to go backwards, right? We don't want to do that. We want to go forward. What can we do today? So we don't got to worry about that anymore. Somebody saying in a state where they legalize marijuana, we don't got to worry about a police officer using the aroma of marijuana as a probable cause to search your car. We're past that now. That's been resolved. So now they need a real reason. And they're not going to have one as long as he has a body camera and you are doing your due diligence with your recording. Okay, so now your defense attorney has a lot to work with.
So why do it? Why give them the benefit?
Okay, no, they can't search. Okay, so now a decent. At this point, you're just saying random stuff at this point. Listen, you're saying they still can search. It doesn't make it legal. It doesn't make it admissible in court. A cop can do whatever they want. It's a real human being, just like a robber can hit you over the head with the gun. It can shoot you or leave you unscathed. Like, everybody can do what they want when they're aggressing you. You dig? If they have the power over you, right? They can do what they want. But it doesn't make it legal. So what I'm just pointing out, you're giving random situations. I'm just pointing out those instances, those violations be thrown out of court. When you have a lawyer, a public defender, it probably sticks. But all I'm pointing out, like, you're arguing that I don't get this. I'm teaching civics, or not even teaching. I'm not a teacher in this. I'm sharing civics with you guys, and you're arguing me as I'm saying something wrong. I mean, point out, do me a favor, just point out what I'm saying wrong. Let's have that discussion. Because you're giving me alternatives a police officer can do. Yes, we know some cops are dirty. Some cops actually want to plant stuff for you, want to lock you up, want to lie on you. We know this. That's why he's beating up cops right now in the courtroom. We know they lie. Okay? Some cops lie. But other cops like their career. Other cops want to go home and continue, paying a mortgage and taking the family out to dinner and vacations. So to them, they're going to comply with your rights. All right. So again, I don't know what state you live in. Do you live in Memphis, where it's just chaotic, or Newark, where cops just don't, they do what they want to do? Or do you live somewhere where cops pretty much are fair? I mean, but then we'd be extreme with that. So I mean, if you live in an area where cops are dirty, then dude, how is obeying the law increasing your chances of getting harmed? Obeying the law more and with dirty cops increases your chances of not being harmed. Disobeying the law amongst dirty cops increases your chances of getting harmed. I mean, if you disagree with that, you're just combative tonight. I don't know why. But anyway, let's move forward.
Why provide them with this opportunity?
My man said all cops lie. All right, now now you just straight an extremist at this point. All right, so I'm just gonna ignore what you're saying. You're being extreme. He said all cops lie. God damn. Okay, All humans lie. How about that? How about I raise you? All humans lie. You lie. Don't you lie? Okay, so you're making police officers be RoboCops. All human beings lie. So what's your point?
Opportunity to use your own words against you. Anything.
God is not a man that he should lie. So unless you're doing Numbers 23 and what, 10 or 6, unless you were Hebrew and you believe that you're God, so you're not a man that you should lie, and you believe in that Bible, then you believe everybody lie. Look at that dumb mosquito. Oh my God, this mosquito. Man. I'm gonna get that damn thing, man. Where's my spray at? Let me finish playing this.
Thing you say will be used against you.
I got my spray. I got my spray.
Hey guys, we are giving out a ton of these DeWalt samples today. Just fill out our quick 2-minute survey and
individuals convinced of their own innocence may have unknowingly, this is another one.
Oh, yeah. You know what? Yeah, so basically where he's going now is because you kept talking and you didn't take the friendly advice, the brotherly advice of Unbiased Sports, and you kept talking, where he's going now is saying that what you just said, you unknowingly just committed another crime. Unknowingly, you just broke the law again. Okay? By talking and not knowing what you said was unlawful. Okay, you admitted to something or you confessed to something that you didn't know was illegal. Okay, so that's where he's going now with it. So let me skip past that one. Let's go here.
Once you invoke your right
so this is what dissent falls for right here. It says, don't let cops will try to convince you to talk even after you invoke your right to a lawyer. This is dissent problem. He pleaded the fifth, but he let cops coerce him to talk.
Once you invoke your right to an attorney, can they still try to encourage you to speak? Absolutely. There will be in direct violation of the law.
You hear that, dissent? They're a human being. They have the right, well, not the right, but they're a human being, and human beings can do messed up stuff. So they might still try to talk you into talking, even though you said you like to speak to an attorney. This is why people like myself is advising, recommending that you record. So that can work in your favor in court. But you might be a type of guy who represents yourself. You might be a sovereign citizen. You might go into court pointing at the flag, talking about, hey man, that flag means that you don't have jurisdiction. I don't know how you coming at this. Like, you're probably a sovereign citizen. That's why you like so against like what the law actually says. You probably don't think the law applies to you at all. They don't have jurisdiction. And if that's your stance, then I get why you're, feeling the way you feel.
But that still does not mean that they can't do it. They're going to do it because it's behind closed doors and they're going to try and get you to talk. Now, of course, God forbid, if it is recorded, usually what they do is they try and get you to talk. You invoke your right to an attorney. They convince you, they try to convince you to talk. Eventually, they convince you to talk. And once you start talking, it's only then that they turn on the recording. They're sneaky bastards about this a lot of the time. So you got to watch for that. And all that will be on the recording is you talking and them, maybe reading the Miranda in the beginning once they realize that you're actually free and ready to speak. So very, very, be very careful and cautious because some of those sleazebags use that tactic. So, invoke your right to a lawyer and don't back off from that.
That's right.
Can it be seen as hiding something when you just don't want to talk because of the subject? And will it be held against you? Absolutely not. Okay.
All I'm playing is talking to a police officer after you were advised not to, or after you can exercise your right not to talk, and you decide to talk anyway. It does not benefit you. Nothing you say right now to the cop will be used in court to defend you necessarily. Not from the cop's perspective. Everything you say will be used against you. I mean, that's just what it is. Like, we are too extreme with this. We make this too hard.
Okay. So can it be seen as you hiding something? Naturally, of course, because police officers, and this is how they get you to try to talk. Oh, come on. talk to me. You know, if you're innocent of this, just tell me, and we're going to put this behind you, and we're going to move on our merry way. Just talk to me. Just talk to me. Just talk to me. Just talk to me. Right? Why do they want you to talk so much? Because they know that no matter what you say, they're going to be able to pin a crime on you. They'll be able to convict you. They'll be able to charge you. They'll be able to use what you say against you. Now, if you don't testify, there is a jury instruction in Kentucky, and I imagine many other states, that if you do not take the stand and testify, the jury actually gets an instruction that the failure of you to testify cannot be used against you.
So you hear that? So the jury gets educated in lack of testimony.
There's a case.
Guilty or something negative. All right. So now this is decent. Listen, really listen to this one. It's very important.
From I can't remember. It's from a while back, where an individual did not accurately explain that they wanted a lawyer. They said something. I believe they said they wanted a lawyer dog or something like that. He was probably speaking in some type of slang that he understood, but they said.
I don't know what they said. I don't know, man. You're coming off like a black allergist. I don't know.
The words, I want a lawyer dog. And the Supreme Court said that's not enough. That's not enough. It was too ambiguous. So again, it must be unambiguous. It must be clear. It must be unequivocal. I want a lawyer. I'm not speaking until I have a lawyer.
You heard that? How you request a lawyer, how you plead the fifth is very important. Not, I want a lawyer, dog. I want a lawyer, son. I want a lawyer, my boy. You cannot do that. Just make it very clear. Try to use less slang as possible. Make sure that, because the what he's going to do is, the police officer, or she's going to do is, they're going to say, I don't speak slang. I don't know what the hell he meant when he said that. Or if you say it in Spanish, I don't speak Spanish. I don't know what he just kept talking. You dig? Or he never said, I kept talking to him and asked him questions because he never said, he didn't want to talk. Clearly, he said it, he alluded to it, but he ain't really say it in plain English. So guys, girls, just simply say, listen, officer, why am I stopped again? You never told me that. Why am I stopped? Oh, you're stopped because your headlight is out, or your brake light is out, or you failed to signal, or you're going 5 miles over the speed limit. And yes, they do that. So when they want to search your car illegally, they're going to stop you going 5 miles over the speed limit. You're going to see videos today that did that. Okay, cool. So where you coming from? Officer, you stopped me for speeding, right? 5 miles over? Yeah, I did. Okay, officer, can I have my ticket? And possibly I can answer some other questions, but I'm definitely not answering nothing until I get my ticket, because I don't believe that I sped. So the ticket is the proof that I sped. So can I get my ticket first? I want the proof that I sped. So what you're doing is you just want him to give you the ticket. So now the stop is over. You dig? That's why they don't write you tickets right then and there. They talk. But once they give you the ticket, you're supposed to be free to go, or very shortly afterwards. So you want them to be on record stating why you're pulled over. Then you want them on record to hold you accountable for the reason why you got pulled over. Officer, can I get my speeding ticket? And maybe I'll talk to you afterwards, but I just need that first, because you said I was speeding. I don't believe you. I don't believe you're gonna give me one because I was not speeding. You don't have proof. So if you got the proof, give me the speeding ticket, and maybe we'll talk about something else. So once you get that ticket off his hands, now you can say, officer, I got the ticket. This is why you pulled me over. I'll pay it online. See you later. Or I might, dispute it. But see you later. No, and then again, make sure his body cam recording, get his name and badge number, and you have your device recording. And you say, officer, I wish not to talk to you anymore unless my attorney is present. Is that very clear, officer? Did you understand what I just said? So you want to make sure he ain't I need a lawyer, dog. My boy, I need a lawyer. You're making it very clear to officer, are we under the understanding that I won't talk to you any further than I have to legally, unless I have an attorney? Take care. And I bet you'll be on your way. Okay, so I did a lot of talking. Let me grab another one of those line teeth sparkling waters. All right, give me 1 second, please. And I'm gonna come back and show you a video. It'll be funny, but it's kind of sad. It's a sister being pulled over. She's not gonna die, none of that stuff. You dig? It's kind of humorous because it's why she was pulled over. It's the humorous part. You dig? It's what she was doing while she got pulled over. So you want to stay tuned for that. This is a commercial break. Give me a couple seconds. All right. All right. So all the harassment I'm getting for teaching facts and civics, I'm gonna add my they got mosquito. Let me get them. There you go. Every time I grab the damn spray, he disappears.
Now, here comes New Jersey.
Okay, so let's get into it. All right, let me throw my Cash App in here for all the damn abuse I had to take. All right. All the abuse I had to take from decent. But just merely sharing information. I'm thinking I'm doing a good deed. I'm sharing information that most people are not going to share with us for whatever reason. Maybe it's not as entertaining as other things. That's why nobody talks about it. But this is what really affects our lives the most. You know, these police interactions, and we don't like to have it resolved. So here we go. So that's for the harassment. All right. Let's go to what's will be seen as humorous, but is kind of sad. All right, here we are. Oh, let me go ahead first. Oh no. Okay, let's go ahead first. I know what I was gonna do. So this is white people pulled over. Look at them. The cop ran them off the road because they wouldn't stop. He arrested 2. He got 2 in a car, and he's going. It's 6 of them all together. So he's arrested on 2 by 2. Some Noah stuff, right? 6 people, and the ARC is the police car. So he got to get those 6 people in a police car so they could replicate, replenish in the jail cell.
6 people inside that car. He's already got 2 of them in the back seat of his car in cuffs. Now he needs to get the next 2 in there. And we see the deputy here come up and get the first of these 2 into cuffs. And as he's trying to do that, you are going to see that the other woman there is actually going to draw a pistol out from under her clothes. And when he sees that, he is going to then make a very hard lateral step here in just a second and get into the fight.
So she pulled a gun out and she got popped. So yeah, white people getting it too. All right, so let's get rid of that. And let's go over to women. Listen, all I can do is give my advice. You guys give your advice. I mean, you guys got a problem with my advice with interaction with the law? then give your advice. You know, tell us the alternative, right? I know that most black people, not most, I'm sorry. I know some black people want to play victim. I call that blackology. They subscribe to the doctrine of blackology. And that means they want to play victim all the time. They want no solution. They are very extreme in some of their solutions. They're unrealistic, unreasonable. They're not backed by law, definitely no research. And that's just where we are. We don't want to be held accountable for none of what we're doing. The broken families, the molestations, the black on black crime, all the things that affect us, we don't want to talk about at all. We just want to only point out when another person, another type of people injure us or harm us or defraud us. We got so many fraudsters in our community. We were reluctant to point them out, call them out by name. Our communities are destroyed by oppressed and terrorized by gang members. We don't call the cops on them. We don't oust them. We instead befriend them. We communicate with them. There's no real penalty or disciplinary action against the people who oppress us in our own neighborhood. So I have a problem with all that. So I'm going to speak out, and I'm going to speak to things that involves civics and definitely the law, right? Your constitutional rights and all type stuff that I never heard anybody say before. I did some research. I caught the interest, and I said, wow, never known this. So I said, you know what, let me share this to my people who I believe we could benefit from this the most. Black folks still get mad. So listen, good luck. You dig? So it happened to somebody, then that's just what you gotta just deal with. And that's how I look at it. You get pulled by the police, and you gotta just deal with what you deal with. Speak your speech, in the words of Dr. Umar. Speak your speech when they pull your ass over. Or you can comply with some of these laws. You dig? It's on you. Nothing is foolproof. I believe some of this stuff can decrease your chances of harm or foul play. You do what you want to do. And I just told you, I advised about a lawyer and those things. You can do what you want to do. It doesn't affect me. I don't have those issues. It did because I do what those instructors do. I follow my own advice. Yes, sir.
Good. I'm Deputy Anderson with the Sheriff's Office here. You got a driver's license? That dinner smells good.
We'd rather just react. We don't want to be actually giving us some proactionary tools. You dig? We don't want that. We just want to react after the damage is done. We just want to march. We want to sing. We want to pray. I'm good with all that. Okay. I want to be proactive. I want nothing to ever happen. Increase it severely. Okay. So you watch two armed men. You watch three altogether. One got shot, and you watch two. One got shot and died, unfortunately, but he had no surveillance of his own, so we don't know if the officer was lying or not. And we've seen two other armed men with cameras in their car, and they can definitely prove, if they were to get shot, they can definitely prove they were not armed. They could definitely prove that they were not reaching for their weapons. It'd have been a different turnout had something happened to them. Deadly.
All right, Miss Russell, is this your car?
Some of us don't like solutions. We want to just complain.
It is? Okay. The reason why I'm being stopped is we had some investigators with the Sheriff's Office that were on the interstate, and they saw your car kept crossing over the line. We want to make sure you're safe to drive.
Okay, so there you go. You see? So you hold them to the initial, I forgot what it's called, a primary stop or something like that, right? So let's say he found other stuff like air freshener inside, obstruction of view. He found other things in the car that was like tint. Okay, so if you was to like get things knocked off, most of the times you can get the second, third, fourth things knocked off if you negotiate with a prosecutor or if the cop trying to cut you a break. But they typically make you keep the first ticket which is the first reason why you got stopped, right? So the initial reason why you got stopped, that's the one you usually got to pay for. They might knock off the other ones because they realized they were petty or you pissed them off, they was emotional. So they might knock those other 3 off in court for, but the initial one they usually have you pay. Okay, so he said that she was crossing the lines while she was driving. All right. And another thing is, while you're being pulled over, have your lie ready. Let's say if you did do something crazy. Let's say if your headlight is out and you know what your insurance is. Let's say you know this in advance, like the other brother did. Have your excuse ready. Like if you know that they're gonna write you a ticket for that, have your excuse, your justification ready why you was riding like that. One headlight. You know, hey, I got the light bulbs at the house. I forgot to put it in. My bad, officer. I'm not used to driving. You know, I'm not used to having the headlight out. It's still not. You know, I found that out yesterday. I bought a headlight, and I got in the car without thinking. And as I'm drinking, I remember. As I'm thinking, I remember no headlight. Like have your excuse ready. So right now, he's saying she was swerving. Is logical. She got food in the car. She's eating. So yes, officer, my bad. I was swerving because I was eating. I'm hungry as hell. I will put the food away. And if you allow me, if you allow me a second chance, I apologize. But I was only swerving because I was eating. I'm not drunk. I'm not high. I'm not intoxicated. There's nothing wrong with me. I can put this food away. I can throw it out the damn car with your consent. But I am good. I won't swerve driving forward. You see, I'm clearly eating. And yes, I was eating and driving. Officer, if you want to give me a ticket for that, I can't do anything about that because I was actually doing that. And that's just it. You just talk about the initial stop. That's all. Yeah, so none of you guys are going to discourage me from teaching this type of talk. I'm going to teach it because it needs to be heard. Okay.
Where are you headed to? Where's home?
See, all that other stuff, I'm not. Maybe you can answer that question because maybe if you think there's a chance the officer will cut you a break, then maybe you can answer the question where you're headed to, but make sure it's truthful because he's going to contradict you or try to contradict you later on. So make sure you're actually if you're going to answer a question from a police officer, if you're going to go against your Fifth Amendment right to be quiet, and you're going to talk anyway, make sure it's factual because their job is to contradict you and make you lie, trip you up so you have probable cause to go further, harass you even more. So if only answer this question if that's indeed the truth.
Okay, you got a little bit of a drive. Where are you coming from?
I was coming from Atlanta. My sister's staying.
Oh, up in Atlanta? Okay.
I mean, yeah. I mean, your best bet if you don't want to talk, but if you can't, like, let's say if you don't want the ticket, and you believe you can explain why you had, like the brother with the guns, he explained what he was doing. He admitted that he was in the wrong with the tickets. I mean, with the tags. So sometimes, in my experiences, when you just be honest, a lot of times you don't get a ticket. They just be like, all right, man, just give me license, registration, license. They didn't want your other credentials. They just want your license only. If the license is good, you could go. And they search my license good, they send me my way. A lot of times it works like that. Sometimes it doesn't. But again, if you want to try to talk yourself out of a ticket, I mean, what's the worst that can happen? You get the ticket. But if they're trying to find some other stuff for you, if you notice that they're not talking about the ticket anymore, like the other cases, they were no longer talking about the original reason why they pulled you over. That's when you don't want to talk. But if he's talking about the ticket and you don't want to talk, then you're gonna have a ticket, right? Guaranteed, no problem, just pay it. But if you don't want that ticket and you think you can smooth them over, then go ahead and take that chance on that. But deal with the original offense. Do not talk about other stuff like guns and money and things like that. All right. So let's see.
I got you. All right. See that deputy on your side? Will you just step out and talk to him?
The world's richest tech billionaire is sending out paychecks like this to
step out. That is unfair. Remember, I said earlier that there is no expectation of privacy in public. This is called public. He's allowed to look in your car with his flashlight, but he cannot open your car door and look with his flashlight, right? This is called don't get me lying, but you're able to use your eyes to look at things that's in public view. Okay, so he can look inside the car, but he cannot open the door. He can't stick his flashlight in the car. I say he's not supposed to legal. So when I say he can't, just for the record, because I know we got some petty people sometimes. When I say he can't, I'm saying legally he can't. All right, so let's leave with that. When I say an officer cannot do something, I don't mean physically. I mean legally they can't do it. It's inadmissible in court.
All right, it's easy for me to talk to you out here, okay? You don't have no weapons in your pockets, do you? I'm just going to pat your pockets, okay?
He can ask that.
Okay, have you had anything to drink today? Alcohol? Are you on prescription medication for anything? No? Okay. I'm just trying to figure out why you're all over the road, okay?
Okay, so that's, okay, you see that? He's trying to figure out why, so he's right. Because swerving is indicative of you're on some type of narcotic, including alcohol. All right, so there's nothing wrong with asking that question. She's about to talk. It should be why you're swerving. And I would say because I was eating, I'm hungry as hell. Been eating all day.
Oh, you're eating?
I've never seen this part right here. I seen only when she gave her ID. I provide real live reactions, real live commentary. So she said she was eating. Good.
I got you. All right, is your driver's license valid? Okay, anything illegal in the vehicle? Okay. All right. No weapons, money, drugs.
He's asked that again. Officer, I was eating, okay? And that's why I swerved a few times. I will close the plate, but I understand swerving is indicative to maybe driving under influence, but it's not indicative that I'm a drug smuggler, officer. So right now, I think you're like not being fair with me. I answered that already, and it's no. Okay, so it looks like you might have pulled me over for something else, and your justification is swerving. So officer, I was eating. I appreciate it if you give me a warning. I'll put the food up and I'll just drive home. And that's all I got to say right now. You dig? Something like that.
No, you seem hesitant.
No, I'm just saying no.
Okay.
Okay, so you see, and this is why I'm doing this live, because hopefully one day somebody can do a live reaction to my live, and they got more clout than me, more viewers, more subscribers. They dig, more influence, and they can share this to a wider, broad audience, and somebody like her could see it and do less talking and get straight to the point. I was eating, officer. That's why I'm not hesitant. You dig? Because again, that lawyer I just showed you, officer, you don't know how I talk. Do I stutter, officer? Do I stutter? Do I have a some type of brain impairment? You dig? Did I have a stroke before? So, officer, everybody's not smart like you. Some people have ADD and other shit. You dig? Okay? Some people went through traumatic experiences. Right? So right now you're searching, so right now, officer, I have nothing to say, because no matter what I say, I could tell by your energy, you think I'm guilty of something much more than swerving. So you can talk to my attorney about the other questions. I'll deal with the swerving, but no other questions I want to answer. Real simple.
Noise from the traffic.
Oh, the noise from the traffic. Okay, so nothing's in your vehicle that's not supposed to be in there. Okay, I got you. All right. Do you have a problem with me searching your vehicle?
Yes, because I need to know what's the cause.
What's that? I'm just asking you.
Oh, yes.
I can search it?
No, what for what?
Okay, well, I'm just asking you.
Yeah. I'm saying, I was saying, what's the cause?
Okay, well, I'm just asking you. You say you're eating, that's why you're failing to maintain lane. I just want to make sure you're not drinking in the car. You don't have any open.
Officer, I don't need you to make sure I'm not drinking. You asked the question 6, 7, 10 times. I'm not drinking. Is your body cam on, by the way? See? Like, you dig? Don't be on the defense all the time. Be on the offense. Officer, is your body cam on, by the way? Is it recording? Okay, cool. Because you asked me the same question 10 times. Clearly, you're profiling me. At this point, you're just profiling me. You asked me a question. You pulled me for swerving. Officer, you thought I was drinking. I'm not drinking. I was eating. And when you eat, some people can swerve, right? The food, it is in the passenger side. You can write me citation for reckless driving, whatever. I would hate to get that type of ticket. So hopefully you can, like, you know, forgive me and give me a pass. Let me just put the food away and I'll drive home safely. But if that's what you want to do, to write me the ticket. But officer, that does not mean I'm a drug smuggler, drug user, a criminal. You dig? So I resent that you keep asking me about liquor and drugs. So please let me go for the ticket or write me the ticket. And that's all I want to talk about. Nothing further. Matter of fact, I don't want to talk about nothing else unless my lawyer is present. Real simple.
Containers, nothing like that. Okay.
You should have been able to smell it if I had open containers.
But
Well, not
you're
all.
a blackologist, you're gonna do more than that. And you're gonna automatically, oh man, you're gonna play the victim and you're gonna find yourself in those handcuffs with a dog sniffing your car illegally.
Especially with all this traffic going by. So yes or no, can I search your car? Okay. All right, just come back here for a minute, but stand by my car, okay?
All right, so she said no. Now I'm curious to what happens next. So I'm gonna just look at the thumbnails and see. She said no.
6. OLN out of Alabama. I'm gonna ride it.
At this point, I mean, they can't do the marijuana thing. It is 2018. I noticed that was the same date of the last guy they used the marijuana thing. So maybe they can, but I don't like to smell that over food. So what will be their probable cause? I'm interested if they do the marijuana thing. If they do the marijuana thing, I'm dead. I'm dead.
There a written warning for the failure to maintain lane.
So they talking about get a written warning for failure to maintain lane. You heard that, right? So I fast forward that just in time to hear that.
Current Class D. Taiwan.
You hold me out of this. Team on news, reference.
All right, so he's putting together a ticket, I guess.
46. No action.
Spurs 12, 15.
165.
I think they looked over a license just now. They got their license thing.
9. Oops. Go ahead.
Returns to a Russell subject out of Dothan, Alabama. Non-commercial status is valid. Negative.
I never knew such a live would be a debate. We're just going over the laws.
Denver, thank you.
Okay, so I don't know if we're gonna see anything else in the car. So let's move forward to him coming outside.
Hair loss looks different on everyone. Whether it's a receding hairline, balding spots, or thinning all over.
Get cold out here. I got my jacket at the house.
All right, so they're in the car. All right, I missed something. There.
Get out here while they search the car while make sure there's nothing. I'm gonna get out here while they
100, 199 status.
I'm gonna get out here while they search the car while make sure there's nothing in here.
Search the car. All right, so again, I missed something where they were allowed to search the car. These type of events, I usually try to follow up with the facts that happened after the arrest, right? To see if she was actually charged, because you'll find out a lot of times it was dismissed.
Get cold out here.
Yeah, so bait cars are entrapment, you know. So again, you got to do a follow up with those arrests, because just because you're arrested and charged doesn't mean it sticks. So the bait cars are seen as entrapment. And it's just for pure entertainment, right? So it's probably getting dropped, but they don't care because they got their media, ratings, and they made money off that. So they don't care if it gets dropped. They probably don't even pursue those cases.
Forgot my jacket at the house. So are you from Georgia? Okay. Your sister just moved up here? I hear you.
Copy your red. Mazda 537 northbound Alabama.
So they're showing his body cam. I would love to see the body cam of the officer who's actually in the car. Make sure he's not planting anything. But
head for a lane. Caller by subject to the woods, riding the he does not want to be, just wants to lane.
Look, I'm going to use 2 handcuffs on you, okay, so I'll be more comfortable. I'm going to put 2 pairs of handcuffs on you so it'll be more comfortable for you.
I don't know if she's detaining her or she's actually under arrest.
Look, turn your hand in, like turn your hand that way. There you go. I don't want these to tighten up and hurt you.
Because she said no to the search. I don't believe she get consent.
165, 100. I'm 1095.
So again, this is a live reaction. I can't wait to read it to see what this how the case brought up.
However, he says he doesn't want to make property. However, he says.
Look, just a word of advice: when you sit down in there, try to pick your hands up a little bit on your back. Look, just a word of. All right, we're gonna walk to the back of this car, okay?
They advise they has been on this property.
180. All right, Miss Russell, I got to read you something, all right? You are Miss Russell, right? Okay. All right. This is your Miranda warning. You probably heard it on TV a bunch of times, okay? But I got to read it to you, all right? You have the right to make.
Because they're detaining her. So, as I explained earlier, when you're being detained, it doesn't always mean you're in handcuffs, but it's up to the cop's discretion. Like if they want to put you in handcuffs, they can do it. They don't have to. So a lot of times, black folks be in handcuffs. 50%. I don't know the percentage, but from what I be watching, sometimes they put you in handcuffs, but most of the time they don't. If they claim for their own safety, they think you're a threat to them physically. Maybe you got some size on you, or they think you're a runner. You might be handcuffed as a detainment. So
Remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer.
Now I just got to read this now. Okay, K9 discovered pounds of meth and marijuana hidden in her car. Okay, now I have to see if she beat this. K9. You had no reason to search the car. So yeah. What state is this? I'll find out right now. I gotta do a follow-up. I gotta find out what happened with this right here. There's no way she went to jail on that. All right. So let me see. Unless you had a public defender. All right. So what I do is I hit up a couple links just to make sure that I'm. So hey, camera footage, so officer planning drugs, so that type of stuff happens. All right. So let's see. This is Coweta County. Okay. Craving for hot wings led to a huge drug bust in Coweta County. So she had pounds of meth and pot in her car, police said. No thanks. So I just want to hear. So, blah, blah, blah. Let me make this bigger so you guys can see it. Okay, here you go. So let's see. So this Miss Russell, I can't pronounce it. Miss Russell is facing drug trafficking and distracted driving charge after officer found 20 pounds of meth around in her trunk. God damn, that's it. They hit his damn Mac. Should make it hard as hell just to scroll down without a damn mouse. Okay, passenger side doors. Come on. God damn, she make it so hard. The officer realized Russell's car may have had more than a 10-piece inside and asked to search the car, but she refused. K9 Officer Max sniffed out more than hot sauce when he went around the car. He smelled drugs, 23 pounds of meth, and more than 30 pounds of marijuana, which was found in a cardboard box in the trunk, for the car, and trash bag. Yeah, I just don't look at the dog. Man, she had mad shit. She was evidently making a delivery somewhere. Wood said it several $1,000s worth of street drugs. Let's take off the road. Russell was arrested and now faced several charges, including drug trafficking and failing to maintain her lane. She denied bond at first court appearance. Wood said that this case is unusual. There are takeaways from Russell's story. Dogs don't sell drugs and don't eat chicken wings while you're driving. Wood said. Yeah, this case doesn't sound right. Deputy spotted 30-year-old, blah, 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 blah. Very popular. God damn, come on. All this stuff, and then this thing pops in my way, man. This Zoom thing. God damn. All right. Okay. Deputies, a K9. That's the dog and the surgery supposed to be taken to jail. Yeah, I want to know. Okay, so we got her name now. Good. We got her name now, so now we can look her up. Because I don't believe they had enough to search that damn car. Okay, so where is this jail? This is Georgia. Okay, so this is Georgia. All right, so now let me go back to her name. I gotta look this up. So this one not gonna have her name in it. Yeah, I close up or not. Okay, I got a name right. I'm about to say the one I closed out had her name. All right. She was. All right, so let's go here. I gotta follow up on this. So you go to Plex. Okay, so this looked like. Man, I didn't want to click on the goddamn thing. I'm trying to just tab. All right, let's click on it. Okay, so let's see what this says. So what the hell's her name? Oh, this goddamn. All right, hold on. I ain't about to do all that. I ain't know if you do all this damn hard. Here we are, right here. So, case number, revised calendar, please, blah, blah, blah. This is 21. This has been 3 years later, I guess. So, trafficking, methamphetamine, marijuana. I just want to know the end result. Was she actually convicted and sentenced? That's all I want to know. They're just saying charge it. You could be charged and not convicted. So now this is scam. This search stuff. Now I hate maxed out a damn mouse, man. Ain't out of mouse. Look at shit. I'm trying to right click it. Oh, I forgot to hit this shit in command. I forgot. In a right click. Look. So somebody got a racist website to her. Okay, so it looks like, okay, is this it? Okay, so found 10 counts to put on 11. So let's see. Like I said, I don't know how she's gonna be in trouble for that. We found that this is also fake. This is fake. I'll click it anyway. But this is gonna be a fake link. Yeah. Okay. So this might be another fake one. Yeah, it's another fake one. Okay, so this is the real one, I believe. Okay. So Russell guilty on 10 counts distributing drugs, acquitted on 11 others. So let me make this bigger so you can see it. No, this is a whole other person. This is Ronnie Russell. God damn. Where's it? So I don't see her being convicted. This is Ronnie Russell. This is not her. Okay, maybe okay, so this looks like something recent. This is another fake website. Yeah, I don't see nothing on it. I don't see it. Black. Yeah, I don't see a conviction. I see other people being convicted. I don't see it. Yeah, but the drug sniffing dog without probable cause, which they really had no probable cause. I just don't see how that can hold up. It's not a loophole. I mean, don't forget they can do what they want to do. Like I keep saying loophole. I keep using like borderline conspiracy terms. It's not a loophole. Like they can actually bring it. This happens all the time. I just explained about a couple getting charges dropped when they brought the dog without any probable cause. So, you know, states a little different. Meaning it's not legal, but when a state allows something like that's something that should have caused an uproar, right? Remember one of the amendments, I forgot which one, maybe 7th one or something like that, or even could have been 6. No. Could have been 6, where it allows a redress, or the 3rd, it allows a redress of the law officials to like re-examine the case, you know, when the public peacefully assemble and protest. So we only protest murders, but there's people being locked up for illegal searches like that right there that needs a protest as well. The dig, because they, in my opinion, I don't know the probable cause. They arrest her for swerving. How did that end up in a dog sniffing your car? Because you swerve across lanes, dotted lines and stuff, doesn't mean you're a drug smuggler. So I don't know how they were able to get that off. And the people need to rally behind her. Like that's a name that need to be touted. But so you could blame like the public for that one, for letting like the injustice, you know, play out. You know, the courtrooms dropped the ball on that one, and the people needed to rally behind her. But you know, so that's how I look at that. I look at that as the people were supposed to rally behind her, because all of us didn't see any probable cause for a dog to sniff your car. Just because I'm swerving, just because I got a headlight out, that does not mean I'm a drug smuggler. Okay, I'm just a guy riding with no headlight. That's normal. I'm a guy riding around with expired tags. That's normal. That doesn't mean I'm a drug smuggler. Doesn't mean you can search my car. So I don't know how they was able. Again, I didn't see a conviction anywhere. It ain't like I did like hella research, but I didn't see a conviction anywhere. But I would love to know what happened with that one. The end result. All right, we are. Move on.
We buy any car. We buy any car. We buy any car. Any.
So he just got pulled over too. Notice that he's in the front seat. This is a special task force. They really don't lock you up. They just stop you for suspicion of drug smuggling, and they seize your drugs. They give you a ticket and a court date or something like that. And they send you, no, not a court date. They send you a ticket and they process your information, your address, your phone number, and they let you go free for now. And they submit the findings and everything like that, your name, your address, to the FBI. And the FBI are the ones who come knock your door down and lock your ass up. So a lot of people like this who get caught for drug smuggling with this special task force, they don't arrest you. So the people think that they're getting off. And it's like, nah, you about to get tackled by the FBI, U.S. Marshals, in a matter of weeks.
So I'd like to check some numbers on the vehicle. Does require me to open the driver door. Is that okay? If I can get you to stand right outside for me for a minute.
Did he just give consent to search his car? That's what it sounded like.
Just checking some numbers, sir. While doing so, is it okay if I talk to you for a minute? Yeah. Where are you guys heading? Okay. How long are you going to be there?
See, these are the questions you don't answer. Okay, because he's guilty and dirty, he's thinking like a dirty and guilty person. You don't got to answer that question, especially if you're lying. If you're being honest and it cannot come back to bite you, then maybe you should go ahead. It's up to you. You got discretion like the police officer got discretion. But you got to be careful what question you answer, especially if you're lying. It comes back and bites you, and it inflames their suspicion, which can lead to probable cause.
A week? Yeah. Okay. Where are you guys coming from today? Portland.
Now, I don't know how he's going to get in his car. Yeah. Now, this might be a loophole. When Descent said loophole, this might be a loophole right here. I don't know how this guy, he said searching for a number. I don't know what the hell that meant, but yeah.
Portland? Oh, nice.
We just stayed in
So I'm like unclear if the guy gave him consent. I don't know what's going on here.
Gallup, because we're just coming towards Gallup, right?
No, you passed Gallup.
Okay. So,
and who's the young man with you?
Eric.
How do you know him?
I grew up with him.
Oh, okay. All right. What are you guys going to do in Oklahoma?
Yeah, the public. You know, you got to read your Constitution. You got to read your Constitution. If you felt like somebody was arrested and they was charged and convicted, and you believe that they made a mistake, the public is supposed to peacefully assemble, like you've been seeing, and then express their grievances and ask for a redress. Ask the state officials to relook at the case. That's the public's duty. If you don't do that, then the charges, conviction, sentence will stick. Learn your rights. That's the point of the live. Learn your rights. Okay? Learn your rights. Defend your people. Boots on the ground style. You dig? Protesting is the act of boots on the ground. If you believe somebody was violated, we seen this sister, she's in Georgia. Other guy, Philando Castile, was in Minnesota. If you believe these people were wronged and railroaded, your duty, if you live in that area, is to put boots on the ground, peacefully assemble, and ask the law officials, the institutions, whoever it may be, to redress the case. Yeah, that's the public. If you're unaware, that's okay. You were unaware. Got it. You know what I mean? That's what it is. Yeah, the public. But you dig? Again, this video is for whoever has access to it, right? It's not just for people viewing it right now. This is a library. This is something that might, if it could catch 4 people eyes, 5 people, 10 people, 20, great. 1 person, great. Those who can appreciate it. Those who can't, speak your speech. You know, when the law enforcement catch up with your ass, you got to just do what you got to do. But for those who appreciate this type of advice, this type of research, you know, this is for you. Simple as that. It's not for everybody. It's not for everybody. So, but some people just are house revolutionaries. Some people are boots on the ground. Some people are not a revolutionary at all. They just live their own life. No problem. No problem with me. I'm not trying to get you to do anything like that or not do it. That's up to straight up you. And if I got some information how to do it correctly, I would give what I got.
I can go visit my mom.
Oh, cool. All right. Where do you guys live at?
That black allergy doctor.
Where do you guys live at?
Austin.
In Austin. Okay. All right. Cool. We're almost done. You can have a seat, sir. Got back. Reach right here.
He's writing something. One number, something he's writing down.
Like I said, this is just a warning, okay? Slow it down a little bit. No further action is going to be taken by us. Signature in the box.
We got to sign that thing real quick. Look at him.
Oh. Watch your hands. There's a lot of people here. Okay, I return everything back to you, sir. Yes, sir. Any questions? All right, man, you're free to leave. Have a good day. Be safe. Sir, hey, is it okay if I ask you some questions?
You're free to leave. Tell you how to get you. You're free to leave. Go ahead. No further questions. Okay, cool. Bye-bye. And once you leave, sir, when you thought you like, yeah, I got a story to tell. On some old, who song was that? Who rap song was that? Got story? Oh, Biggie Smalls. You and your Biggie Small got a story to tell? Shit. Sir, you hate to hear that. Once they let you go for a traffic violation and you go on your way, then sir, I got other questions for you. Like, oh shit.
You can have a seat if you like.
And he got out happy as hell. Now he coming back. You can tell by his expression, his body movement. He like, oh boy.
About your travel plans. So, I noticed on the rental agreement it was rented in Portland.
Yes, sir.
On the 11th, and it shows that it was supposed to be due back today.
No, yeah, I'm calling to extend the rental.
You're calling to extend the rental?
Yeah.
So you guys originated your trip in Portland?
Yes, sir.
How'd you guys get out there?
We flew.
You flew?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what took you out to Portland?
Okay, so let me just say this for the record. When they pull you over in a rental, right, that's a red flag for any police officer who's trying to catch a smuggler. The first red flag is you're going to use a rental. All right. So, I'm just saying, drug smugglers use the way they give themselves up and be on high alert to law enforcement is that they go get a rental. Maybe they're better off driving their own car. Okay, because with the rental, you got to, now he's asked you questions about your destination, how you getting back. And to this officer, that's extra. It's like, damn, you got to do all that just to go to visit your grandma? And the dude trying to make sense of that, and he's freestyling. And the cop, this officer probably got years of experience of locking up drug smugglers. So you're easy to wrap around his finger.
To go visit one of my friends that are out there.
Okay, and how long were you guys in Portland?
Just a couple days.
Okay. And then, so how come you guys decided to drive back?
It was cheaper. I don't like flying, really. And I've never driven.
Okay.
Down the West Coast.
So how come you guys didn't drive up?
We got a cheap flight online for like $40.
Okay.
Yeah. So we got a good deal, and then instead of, it's like more expensive to do it one way, I don't have that much money in my account, so I just did it in town. And I'm just going to extend the rental. And then whenever I get down to town, my paycheck's waiting for me. So I'm going to cash my paycheck
and pay the rental.
The whole rental. Yeah.
And where are you returning the rental at?
In Austin, Texas.
Is that where you live?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do for a living in Austin?
Construction.
Okay. So did you have time off from work?
Yes, sir. Yeah, finally got some time off.
Okay. When did you guys fly into
I got there
Portland
on Thursday, I believe, whenever I rented the car.
Oh, okay.
I came into the airport and rented it from the airport.
Okay.
He's trying to catch him in a lie. And this is when the talking, bites you in the ass because he's trying to catch him so bad.
And did your friend fly with you?
Yes, sir.
The dog fly with you too?
No. That's his dog. He went up there before. He drove up there before and flew back. Because he thought he was going to have some work up there and stuff, doing construction stuff. But
he got a dog with him, so the officer is like on just high alert at this point.
Didn't pan out. Yeah. And then we're all driving back, so we don't want to, it's hard to get the dog to go on the plane and stuff.
So now you're driving back, and you're going to stop to visit his mom in Oklahoma.
Yes, sir.
Have you met his mom before?
No, this is going to be my first time.
Let me see what Dice Man talking about. He tagged me. Okay, he want me to read that. He said, well, if he was watching Unbiased, he would have known. At this point, he's nervous. So I understand. So this is where Descent, I don't know. But just to speak to Descent point, this is when talking if his logic is, if he can explain this without contradiction, without stuttering and, all that type of stuff, the officer will, his suspicion would lessen and he'll be let go. Okay. But he doesn't know, the more he's talking and trying to explain the situation, he seemed nervous and he just heightens the officer's suspicion, not lowering it. See, when you're confident with a police officer, they feel a certain way about you. When you're like compliant, happy, and all this type of stuff, they might look at that as you just sucking up to not get caught. So, because if you got 49 pounds of weed like this dude does, and 10 pounds of THC wax, you're not going to be stern and rude to a police officer. Right? It's going to be the opposite. People who don't have anything in their car, no DUI, and they get pulled over, they get more agitated. And they have less tolerance for all these damn questions. They're not as so compliant and forthcoming. So with this experienced police officer, I'm pretty sure every drug smuggler he locked up, I guarantee you they all answered all of his questions, thinking that they could smooth the officer over and be let go. But I'm guessing that all he's doing is raising the police officer's suspicion by voluntarily asking all these questions for the sole purpose to convince the police officer that he's just, and his story is crazy. You dig? That's why you're right. If you watch some channel like mine or another channel that has similar information, you might want to shut up, especially if you're lying. I tell you, if you're telling the truth, then I don't know if talking will hurt you so much. But when you're lying, it's gonna hurt you. So the dog in the car, picked up a dog, like all this, it's a lot going on. Even I'm confused. Like, dude, I'm getting a headache listening to this crazy stuff. Like, dude, you really just, you making me suspicious. Like, dude, nah. And you can't look the officer in the eyes. Like, you just, the other two black guys with the weapons, the firearm instructor, look how confident they were compared to this guy. Like, this guy is just, nah.
And how long have you known him?
Since high school.
And you never met his mom? No. You're not even in high school?
No, because we met like when we were seniors and stuff, and then he was already moved out.
All right. See what I'm saying? You are friends with a guy in high school and you never met his mom, never seen her. Like, stop. You have to know this officer is on something. It's in your best interest just to shut up, because whatever he's going to do to dissent argument, whatever he's going to do it anyway at this point. Okay, you have to like kind of read the way he's trying to read you. You should be trying to read him and saying he just wants more confidence, more probable cause to search my car. Now, when this officer, again, I didn't see none of this right here. The officer is probably going to say, they use excuses like heavy breathing, can't sit still, fumble over words. They use all that shit to use for probable cause. Some ridiculous stuff. All subjective.
Oh, okay. Where'd you guys go to high school at?
I went to Austin High. He went to Bowie, which is like a neighboring.
Oh, okay. And what does he do for a living in Texas?
Construction.
Construction as well? Who do you guys work for?
I work for my buddies. It's I forgot what it was. It's global construction company, global something. It's just a small, my buddy's a contractor basically.
Okay.
So he just kind of goes around to Home Depots and stuff and kind of finds like little work, and we just do like pergolas, power washing, stuff like that.
Okay. And who does he work for?
He works for his buddy Nate doing carpentry work and stuff.
Oh, all right. And how long are you guys planning to stay in Oklahoma?
Just a couple days.
And how far is it from Oklahoma to Austin?
About 6 hours.
About 6 hours? That's not far of a drive.
No, yeah, that's where we're going to go there and hang out with his mom and kind of sleep and stuff and take a...
Hey, my man, he let you go and then brought you back in the car. and ask you these crazy questions. Like, dude, you have to know he believes you're a smuggler. So at this point, you want to put the proof of burden on him. You don't want to. Okay, he has a gun with no ammo, right? When he first pulled you over, he has a gun with no ammo. I'm gonna use that analogy. He has a gun with no ammo. Okay, your talking are the bullets. Okay, every time he asks you a question, it doesn't make any sense in his mind. That's a bullet. That's one extra bullet he adds in that gun. At this point, brother, you almost fully loaded that damn gun. At this point, all this crazy, this person, I ain't meet the mom, the dog, we're going here, construction. Like we do small construction, but he got your ass in another state 6 hours away. Like, stop it, bro. Nobody doing that. Look, small construction. I work for a small construction company. We don't travel outside New Jersey. Yeah, no small construction company is come on, you're not doing that, bro. And yours are even smaller because it's just you and your man.
Big relax. I've never been to Oklahoma either, so. Oh, okay. All right. Can you stand out there for me? I'm gonna go.
And now look, now the forgetting where he worked. Now that part, okay, that's not too far fetched if you got a small company. Okay, so if Dice Man has a company, let's say, because I'm into the auto detail nowadays. So let's say if Dice Man got more experience than me, he's like Dolo. He's solo, right? Well, in Jersey we say Dolo for solo. So he's Dolo on his missions, right? Just him. He's a sole proprietor. So sole proprietor basically. He has a single member LLC. I'm not gonna remember his company all I know is that when he needs help, he called me. I help him. I get a percentage, or I get a percentage of the money of the job, or a flat out rate. I'm not gonna remember his small company job. So no, I mean, I'm lying. I will, but the average, because I'm like a geek like that, I will. But the average person probably don't care about your business name because it's small and you're just the only worker there. They just want to get paid. So they might, there's a chance, all I'm saying is there's a chance that you might not remember it. Like, even some companies I work for, like the last pharmaceutical company I worked for, it'd be taking me a while to remember that company. I'm like, especially in interviews. So when I have interviews, I'm like, okay, they're like, well, she worked there before. I gotta look at the resume because I really just forgot, like, brain freeze. Like, she on resume? Oh yeah. That, it makes you look bad, but it happens.
Talk to him real quick.
That's what I said. A geek like me gonna look at the check and see the name and remember it. I'm just a geek like that, but other people just might not care about the name of that small irrelevant company. They might just want to get paid and that's it.
Hey, listen, sir. You're free to leave, but is it okay if I talk to you for a minute? Yeah. So, how'd you guys get to Portland?
Okay, so at this point, he's trying to sniff his car. That's my best guess. My best guess, he's trying to, now he's doing the whole smell like marijuana thing. So this is, I think, one of the decent points. So at this point, he's trying a trick. So did he open the door? So now he said, now listen. He listened to the cop tactics he's using. He said, you're free to leave, right? So that means anything you say now is pure voluntarily. Okay? So that means you're staying at your own will. Did he open that door, though?
Hey, listen, sir. You're free to leave, but is it okay if I talk to you for a minute? Yeah.
Yeah. No, so also I'm in a rush. I got to go. And that window should be rolling up. You're free to leave, but can I talk to you for a minute? So this is the third conversation he's going to have with this guy. And he made sure he walked to his car. So now at this point, these cases, I don't know how they hold up in court. I don't know. Like, he's doing much. I'm telling you, like, these guys cannot have lawyers. A good lawyer will point this stuff out. Like, yo, he's targeting my client. He has suspicion. He has a rented car. He fits the profile. He's traveled here to here. This cop is suspicious, but he has no probable cause. He's searching for it. Like I love watching like court cases. I watched a bunch of them, and definitely high profile ones. And cross examination is my best. It's my favorite. I love watching F.B. Bailey cross examine Mark Furman. He beat the shit out of him. Like I love cross examinations. So to the DUI guy, he does a great job as well. But this is when you get the cop to look like a fool and make him look like a profiling idiot. Your defense attorney. You know, especially like everything is on video, so he don't even need his client testimony. Like, you know, cause clients can lie and fabricate or forget. Everything's on video. Oh boy. So he said you're free to leave, but walks to his car. Like he's basically like, look, you're free to leave, but he walks so close to his car that if he pulls off, he might assault the cop, basically. He probably get shot if you try to pull off. But at this point, I'm telling you, yo, at this point, I'm cutting the car and I'm bouncing. No, so I'm actually gonna rush. Wait. I'll just pull off, man. I'll just pull. I'll get whatever ticket you're gonna give me again. Well, he got a warning. He got no ticket, but I'm ready for any traffic violation ticket at this point. This is the third conversation. He's on to me, but he has nothing. He's searching. I'm out. Like, if you're gonna be a criminal, you have to be paranoid. Okay, like Michelle said, she was paranoid earlier. You have to. Revolutionary Me says she was paranoid. You have to be paranoid at this point. I say, no, I'm out. Not gonna say I'm out. I'm in a rush, man. I got pissed. I gotta use the bathroom so bad. I'm out. My stomach. I'm a diabetic. Whatever you gotta have these excuses on deck. Also, I'm a diabetic. Listen, I'm feeling nauseous. Let me just go. You dig? I'm out.
How'd you guys get to Portland? How did we get to Portland? We flew up there and I've been up there.
So this fool is still answering questions, man. Hey, listen, Dice man, am I on to something at this point? He's still answering voluntary questions. He said you're free to leave. You are free to leave. Shit, I might even call a tow truck. Say, hey man, my car ain't even starting, man. Let me call a tow truck. You dig? At this point, I won't even drive the damn car. You know what? Let me call a tow truck. Oh, sir, my engine is tripping. Call a tow truck and pay $2,500 to get this car taken somewhere away from this damn cop. I got all this damn drugs on me. I know he got papers somewhere.
There for a few weeks. You've been up there for about a month? Yeah. Okay. And what were you doing up there?
You notice these dates, they all 2018. You know, this date on the dash cam where the police officer says 2018. Why all these every drug smuggling traffic stop we've seen has 2018 on it?
I have a buddy that lives up there. You have a buddy that lives up there? Yeah. Okay. And so you have no. What do you do for a living? What I do for a living? Nothing right now. Nothing right now. Okay. And
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, the check part was interesting. He said my check can't pay for it all. I was thinking the same thing. Like, so if your check doesn't come, then how you like? Dude, you saying some stupid, ridiculous shit. You don't gotta say all that. I don't think he's talking to a passenger, bro. He's still talking to a driver. That's a driver still talking. There's nobody in that car. I don't believe so. Yeah, right. He had no money in his account. Yeah, so a lot of things. So if Amber can tie that stuff up on the fly, and she's not experienced, cop smuggling, arresting as a woman, that means that officer already know. He already peeped all that out. You got no money, like you're giving away too much information you don't got to do, man. You're trying to sell yourself. Maybe he has no friends and just wanted someone to talk to. Pure black. Yo, I'm telling you, y'all, these videos, learn from these videos. But what you want yourself, you want to have your own recorder, I'm trying to tell you. George Floyd, right? There was a body cam stuff on him. But I don't know if there was a body cam when he was kneeling, put his neck in his knee in his neck. I don't know if that was a body cam. I think that was on cell phone cam. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. But there was a body cam for everything else. See, but it wasn't the, so if I'm right, then it wasn't the body cam that got old boy locked up. It was the cell phone cam. So have your own cell phone cam running. I don't even care if you're actually illegal, you're wrong, if you're actually guilty of the traffic offense or whatever you got on you. Have your camera running, okay? Because a lot of these states, they got to prove, no, your defense attorney just got to prove reasonable doubt, which is very easy. That DUI guy got so many guys off for proving reasonable doubt. So listen, man, don't confess anything. In my advice, no legal counsel, no legal advice, none of that. But I wouldn't confess anything, and I'll fight it out in court with my defense attorney that I paid for. Not one appointed to me through the state.
So how did he get out there? He flew up there. Okay, so now you guys are going home? Yeah. To Austin.
At this point, also, I wonder how the hell is he gonna be able to search his car now? I wonder, like, his excuse gotta be marijuana. He has to say, I smell marijuana. At this point, he has to say it. I believe that is what he was gonna say, regardless of what. I believe once he approached the car right there, okay, hey, I got another question for you. Nah, I'm good. I'm leaving. I use the bathroom. I'm a diabetic, my high blood pressure. I believe he's gonna say, I smell marijuana. I believe that's just his go-to. But let's see.
You're gonna go visit your mom. Yeah. Where's your mom live? And
I'm done with
back home to Austin. Because your dog. Okay. And who's paying for this trip? How do you know the driver both went to Bowie High School? All right. Well, we're almost done. Thank you for your time, sir. Have a seat.
Wait, back in the car? Hey, yo, how did he get back in it? Yo, what did I miss? How did he get back in the damn car?
So let me ask you, anything illegal in this vehicle? Any guns, knives, rifles? No, sir. Nothing of the sort? No, sir. How about any large amount of U.S. currency over $10,000? No, sir. How about any illegal narcotics? No, sir. Cocaine? No, sir. Heroin? No, sir. Methamphetamines? No, sir. Marijuana? No, sir. Is it okay? What are you responsible for in this vehicle? This is my bag in the back. Where's the bag at? In the back seat? Yes. Okay. It looks like search your vehicle and its contents. Yeah, you can search the inside. What's the inside? Like my back, like the inside of the car. Trunk, luggage, everything. There's nothing in the trunk. So it's okay to search the whole vehicle, to include the trunk? I mean, you can search the inside of the vehicle. But not the trunk? I mean...
Yo, listen. He has to be the dumbest criminal I ever seen. You know, at least in a drug smuggling case, or a drug smuggling, a drug smuggling traffic stop. He got to be the dumbest criminal I've ever seen. He's almost admitting I have drugs. Just please don't search it. My man said you could search the car, but don't search the trunk. And by the way, for the record, you do know that searches are voluntarily. So if you do allow the police officer to search the car, you can tell them to stop at any time. It's voluntarily. Okay, so if you allow them to search for whatever bonehead reason, and they start to search, at any time you can stop the search. They're supposed to stop right away. Okay. Yo, look how dumb he's looking about the trunk. I mean, dude, you're going to prison, all right, for like 30 years, dude.
I like to search the whole vehicle to include the trunk. No, sir. Agree with that. No? No, sir. Okay, so let me ask you, how much marijuana do you have in that trunk? None. None? Okay. So it's not okay for me to search the trunk? Not okay. But the rest of the vehicle I can? No, sir. No, you don't want me to search it at all? No, sir. Okay. So here's the deal, okay? I have reasonable suspicion that a crime is being committed in my presence, okay? I believe that you...
You heard what he said? Reasonable suspicion. Told you. They have to have reasonable, articulable suspicion to suspect you of a crime to need your identification or perform these searches, all these other things. So violate you, basically.
You two are involved in some type of criminal activity. Now, you have two choices in New Mexico, okay? The Fourth Amendment...
Look. Now, he just said that. Now, I don't know if it really, you just can't say I got reasonable, because now the passenger can ask, well, what is it? Like, like you just, like, what is your reasonable suspicion? You just said that. So listen, cops can't lie to you, by the way. They can lie. Yeah, that's legal. In I think all 50 states is legal for a cop to lie to you. Okay, so he said, I have reasonable suspicion to suspect you of a crime, but he never said it, that what the crime was. Okay, and why and how that suspicion come about.
Amendment protects you from illegal search and seizures, right? We also have...
So he let him know. He said your Fourth Amendment protects you from illegal search and seizure. He might even mention the Fifth Amendment.
The New Mexico Constitution, which protects you the same. So in New Mexico, we have laws that says we give you options. Your options are you can allow us to search the vehicle with written consent, and that's a quick, faster way of getting you out of here if there's nothing there. If there's personal use marijuana, then we'll deal with that issue. If there's large amounts of any other narcotics or marijuana, we'll deal with the issue. Okay. Now the other option is, the option that you chose is not allow me to search. Okay, so what happens now is you guys are not going to be free to leave. Okay, I'm going to deploy narcotics.
Oh, you were right. It was 2 people in the car. Oh, wow. Yeah, you guys are good. He said you guys are not free to leave. So, wow. I wonder if it's, wait till his partner find out how much talking he did. Wait till his partner see this body cam. He's probably going to kill him in prison.
Dog on the vehicle. Okay, if the dog alerts to an odor of narcotics that he's been trained to detect, we will have to detain you further, unfortunately, and the car, and then we'll have to apply for a search warrant, okay? So those are your choices. What would you like to do?
So now you heard him right. He said we have to apply for a search warrant. You see, so this is why I thought the other police officer was doing something wrong, because they didn't do no search warrant, none of that. They just had the dog. They claimed the dog searched the car and they took the sister to jail. And Ambrain put boots on the ground and go protest assemble peacefully to help that sister with a fair, trial.
You don't want me?
Yeah. Who said he is the dog? Yeah, crazy.
Okay, and that's cool. It doesn't bother me one bit. You have your rights, and we want to protect those. Yes, sir. K95. Go.
All right, so I'm going to fast forward to when the K9 actually shows.
So do me a favor. Go ahead and stand out there. You need anything, holler at me. I'll go to you. Don't come to me, okay? You mind if I get my water out of the car? Well, where's it at? I'll grab it for you. Driver, right on my butt seat.
You need that water, bro. Just
grab his water.
Water for that whole cell.
That's it? All right. Go ahead and do me a favor. Go ahead and stand right out there for me. This is your dog? You have a leash for him? I do. Where's it at? Okay.
Yeah, my brother, my boy, you'll never see that dog again. This is the last day you'll see that dog. My boy.
So a little further out for me. So your buddy here, I would like to search the vehicle. Your buddy has denied me consent to search the vehicle. So what I'm gonna need you to do, sir, is I'm gonna need you to step out for me, pull your dog out for me. Okay, I'm gonna deploy my narcotic sniffing dog on the vehicle. Okay. Okay. Come on out for me. Let me pat you down real quick. Any weapons? A little bit more for. Just come grab my cigarette. Yeah, hold on. Where they at? You can grab his cigarettes for him. There's a lighter there as well? Yep. Did you grab his cigarettes? You got a lighter? Come on over, sir. Where's this? Let me have a cigarette. Okay, here, go ahead and go back over there. Turn around for me, let me pat you down real quick. Five on there? Go ahead and stand there, okay? If you need something for...
If you could have your own Walmart store making thousands of dollars a day, and you didn't even have to manage it.
That dog, like, it's in here, it's in here. Yeah, they watching that dog, they nervous as hell, bro. They trying to get their stories together. This shit is
a gram, Dad, they smoked it, there's 50, okay? And 10, okay, we're gonna have to apply for a search warrant, okay? Yes, sir. So here's the deal, okay? So my dog alerted to an odor of narcotics in his vehicle, okay? So right now your buddy who's the renter of the vehicle has denied me consent to search, okay? So we're gonna have to detain you, we're gonna have to apply for a search warrant, okay?
Yeah, I'm sure every state got their rules with the dog search.
Okay, 95, you're 46.
Okay, so they decided not to search the car right then and there. Instead, they're going to tow it to headquarters or wherever they do perform their searches. But I gotta see what happened with this case. Okay. All right. So maybe everything's here. While making conversation with the driver, Officer Lucero observed him to be uncharacteristically nervous. You see, decent. This is why you don't talk to them. They're gonna lie and say you are nervous without a real reason. Okay. And while they know what your lawyer would say, who doesn't get pulled over with a police officer got you pulled? Everybody get nervous. And then he's asking him all these funny questions outside of the real reason why he stopped them. Okay, well, initial reason. The following selections are excerpted from blah, blah. My training and my experience coming from Portland. This city is known for receiving, shipping illegal narcotics into the greater United States. Going to Austin, Texas. This city is known for receiving. So the officer claims that Portland and Oregon are places where they're known to receive and ship illegal narcotics. And he said that the fact that he's going to Texas and Oklahoma City, that those places are known to receive and ship illegal narcotics. The driver being very, the driver being very nervous. Innocent, then he put in parentheses, innocent motoring public tends to be nervous when first encountering law enforcement, but subsides as the contact prolongs. And his never subsided. Like, stop it. Their travel plans seem implausible. I agree with that. The luggage in the back of the vehicle, people tend to place luggage in the trunk of the vehicle if the trunk of the vehicle is not full. So you're saying, like, why isn't whatever? Due to, but not limited to, the above criminal behaviors and items of interest, I had reasonable suspicion that Mr. Yo, my God, see? And in this case, it wouldn't have mattered if he didn't talk at all. The fact that he's breathing a certain way, he'd have said that's reasonable. I don't know the state laws on that, but this is when the boots and the grounds, play a part. When it's state law, it's easier to change. Okay, so yeah, that's your local officials. Yeah, the probable cause got to be more than just observing a guy who he's so-called nervous and so-called is like that. That can't be enough. That's not fair. So as Mr. Rindenberg got between my police vehicle and I called out he stopped and I asked him some more questions, blah, blah, blah. Oh boy, at this time I retrieved my narcotic sniffing K9, black, blah. At the office, I drafted, applied, granted, and executed a search warrant on the vehicle. Inside, 49 pounds of high-grade marijuana. 3.5 pounds of THC wax in wax form, and several jars of THC wax in these jars. Due to space constraints, case disposition information, blah. Some of you remember the video where okay. Yeah, so this is interesting. I don't believe that sister is getting locked up. All that damn meth. I don't believe she's getting locked up. Like, I would love to see what she was convicted of. Okay. That's like really nothing there. Okay, so I know Yahoo gonna do something. Don't let me down, Yahoo. Where the hell is it? So he was charged with first degree. If this is him, yeah, I think that's him. He was charged with first degree felony, manufacture, delivery of controlled substance, third degree felony possession of marijuana, and third degree felony prohibited substance in correctional facility. I don't even know if it's the same guy. Let me see. 14, was it 14 pounds? No, okay, this is not him. It was 49 pounds. That's somebody different. All right, so we're gonna do one more.
On January 18th, 1989.
Not this one. Not that one. That one's kind of funny. What's this one?
I really don't want to step out, man, because then that means I'm.
If you fight on.
Okay, this is a good one.
You want to talk about what's in the car?
Sir, I just swapped cars. That is not my car. I have a black Ford truck.
Go look at that backpack.
So you have to stop in terms of 4 people. Let me see the date. All right, so we don't know. I mean, it's just a date of upload, 4 million views. We don't know. This is 2019. So I don't know that 2018. It seemed like a lot of they were on fire at that time. They was catching everybody. And damn, man, I wish they got lawyers. Oh, now look at this right here. This is crazy.
Hey, what are you doing? I got it. Oh, okay. I don't.
Now, I seen up to while he's in the car. When he was asked to get out the car, I haven't seen after that. But I wanted to make sure that it was something we can like go over, analyze, and give commentary on, and basically, see if there's a room for education.
Hey. I just got stopped in your car and police said the registration of something is bad. Huh? The registration of something is bad, he said.
So he called his girl. So I'm gonna speed up a little bit. So he called his girl. So apparently the tags were expired, and the registration is bad. Okay, now I don't know if they both knew already, but And why something got a Nextel phone? Yeah, I don't know, or Boost mobile phone. The registration was bad, and that's what he's explaining to the girl, right? And then it turned out her license had like 9 suspensions on them, and she was acting like she was unaware of the registration and the license suspension. Okay, and the way he's talking to her, he's not really upset. He just, it almost comes off where he knew all that stuff, but he was taking that chance anyway. Because he's not even upset or anything.
That's what he said?
Yeah, this is old anyway. This one expired in 2018.
He said your registration expired in 2018.
This one does. One of the tags different.
Oh. Hello?
You Delta.
He said your registration expired in 2018.
Yeah, there's the right one. That's the good one right there. But no, the reason we're stopping is because when we run the tag, we take this one back. The registrar comes back to having many suspension on our license. Okay?
Oh, he said you.
So it came back to main suspended license. Then everything he's saying, everything the police officer is saying to the driver repeats it to the person who is in violation of all those penalties, motor vehicle penalties, I guess you can say.
You got many suspensions on your license.
I got many suspensions on my license.
That's what he said.
Probably about 7, right?
He said about 7.
7?
That's what he said.
7? I mean, like, that don't, I mean, like, everything was just the wrong way here. It's like, no, it's just fake actors and actresses.
I'm sitting right here with you.
I hear him.
Yeah. I ain't even made it home from work yet. I just got stopped.
Oh, wow.
7 suspensions. She said, oh, wow. Oh, wow. She's just happy she's not in that car. She's happy that he's in that car and he got to deal with all that. She knows she's good.
I hope not. I guess, my license is my way of living. I got a CDL. I don't know. I'm
you're not going to get a ticket because your license not, unless it's suspended. Is your license suspended too?
Heck no, I live off my license. I got a CDL.
That's all good, so I'm just checking. So you're not going to get a ticket on that.
Oh, okay.
Just checking you have a good driver license.
Yes, sir.
So we'll go from there.
Yeah, tell. Oh, he said your registration good.
The first one you had me was expired.
The first one I gave him was expired. Yeah, I'm just coming in, but when I go out now, I'm just on my way in. And I got stopped. I'm trying to figure out what in the world I did. Hey, let me call you right back. Let me call my probation officer, let him know I got stopped.
Oh, probation officer, oh my God. Did he just dry snitch on himself? Let me call my probation officer, let him know I got stopped. Oh my God. Yeah, this is a fool right here, man. Just too much talking. Let me fast forward.
So you don't gotta let them know. It's not. So you mind stepping out for me?
Yeah, let me call my probation.
You don't have to right now. It's all good. Just step out for me.
I really don't want to step out, man, because then that means I'm.
No, that means I'm gonna search you. No. Stop.
Okay.
Right now you're gonna listen.
All right.
All right. Step on out.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any weapons on you?
No.
Let me see that hand. Spread your stance out. Keep anything sharp in your pockets, any weapons. You're gonna find them.
Okay. I don't smoke, man.
Just warn me.
Okay.
I'm asking if you have weapons.
No.
All right, one time.
My brother smoke, man. I
got you. Cool.
Smoke,
that's
man.
fine. So, like I'm saying, so you should be good.
Did you know you can receive free cell phone service? That's right, thanks to the government's Affordable Connectivity Program.
Good, right?
Yeah.
All right, so relax.
Yeah, man.
Relax. So same thing. While talking to you, that's when the whole odor marijuana came out. I'm like, all right, just gotta make sure you have a good driver license. Go on your way, but now I gotta verify. Okay, so perfect.
My brother.
Wait. So, hold on.
I really don't want to step out, man, because then that means I'm.
So you don't gotta let them know. It's not like if there's anything in the vehicle, you know.
No.
Let me see that hand. For what? What are you doing now? Where you work?
I work with Florida Site Services. I'm just coming from.
Hey, my guy, people listening, and I believe you guys smart. You're trying to give me a hard time, but I believe you guys smart. I believe you guys got the message now, right now, that if they pull you over, especially you got to get out the car, stop talking. Because if they pull you out the car, their intention is to bring you downtown, is to process you. So you could do what you want with that information.
Have a seat on that black bumper.
You want to check it? That's fine. Sergeant. Oh, your license is good at least. So we got it now.
But if I get pulled over, man, that's an automatic.
No, but why? Automatic what?
I'm getting pulled over.
You're right, but you're not doing anything wrong, right?
No.
All right, so you're good.
I wonder why I'm getting pulled over.
Well, we told you the reason why.
Oh my God, that's another thing. Please don't summon negativity like he just did. Like, come on, and don't express it to the police officers. They already think you're guilty, and what he just did was confirmed. They're like, yo, why you think you're going to jail because you got pulled over? You dig, like, you know.
We're pulling over because the owner of the vehicle doesn't have a valid driver's license, right? And then, all right, one time,
my brother smoked, man. I
got you. Cool.
Smoke,
that's
man.
fine. So, like I'm saying, so you should be good, right?
Yeah.
All right. So relax.
Yeah, man.
Relax. So same thing. While talking to you, that's when the whole odor marijuana came out. I'm like, all right, we got to make sure you have a good driver's license.
So they got a whole we smell marijuana thing.
Go on your way, but now I got to verify. Okay, so perfect.
My brother smoked, man, and I just smoked him.
Yeah, so you know, just on some street information, if you're going to sell drugs, you shouldn't be high on the drugs. That's an easy, you know, cause to search your car.
Gotcha. And what do you work at?
Florida Site Services.
Okay. You drive the trucks?
Yeah, sir.
Okay. You just got off of work?
Huh?
You just got off of work?
Just got off, man.
And who's the owner? You said your sister or wife? Or?
Yeah, I just called. That was who I was talking to.
Wife, sister?
No, girlfriend.
Girlfriend. Okay, cool. Gotcha.
Too much talking.
Just make sure that they're not the driver.
Yeah.
Well,
I got stopped.
I want to know this. Why? You didn't do anything wrong. So why?
But
I'm not taking you to jail, right?
Yeah, anytime you get pulled over, it's still a probable cause.
Well, that's for what? Just so you know, a traffic infraction, it has nothing to do criminally. It's not a criminal infraction. Criminal will be if there's drugs, if there's something else, it's criminal, correct? A traffic infraction, it's not criminal. It's just a ticket, let's say. And you're not going to get a ticket, I'm telling you. You're not going to get a ticket, I'm telling you. I already told you like 2 times. You're not, you're good on that.
Oh my God, yeah. As long as I don't get a ticket, oh my God. If you ain't getting a ticket, you better get a jail sentence, my man.
I'm saying. Yeah.
That's all I'm wondering. There ain't no big deal, but I'm just saying. I'm just telling you, if I get pulled over, I gotta go call my probation officer. Tomorrow they're gonna make me come in.
That's good.
It's federal probation. It's not.
Okay, I'll verify that for you, but I'm sure you'll be fine. It's not. You didn't do anything bad. It's not criminal. So I'm trying to explain to you. It's just like if you were speeding. So if you were speeding, you have to call your probation officer too. For speeding, even though it's just you know, every time you're gonna every time you get back in that car and somebody pulls you over for whatever reason it is.
If you fight, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. Turn around.
Air it out, or let them know, hey, you know what, we can't be smoking.
Well, she just gave it to me.
Okay.
I just swapped out with her and I'm headed on in.
Gotcha. It's not criminal, it's just traffic. Yeah, I'm sure it's criminal stuff. Yeah, like you say, if some type of crime was committed, correct. This is not a crime, it's an infraction.
I'm cool, man.
So, just relax, you're good, man.
I'm cool. But I'm telling my brother smoked. I just come from around my brother.
Okay.
That's the problem.
Gotcha. Just make sure, I don't know if she smokes too or he, but Just so you know, every time you get back in that car and somebody pulls you over for whatever reason it is, you're gonna do the same thing we're doing right now. It's because that strong, that odor's coming out.
I have a truck.
Gotcha. So what I would do is either.
Come on.
Gave it to me, so.
Okay.
I just swapped out with her and I'm headed.
If you fight, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. Turn around.
Yeah, I thought he said that. He said, if you fight, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. Turn around.
If you fight, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. Turn around.
Come here, brother.
Have a seat. You want to talk about what's in the car?
Sir, I just swapped cars. I'm on my way to that. That is not my car. I have a black Ford truck. I just swapped the car, and I just.
You got anything else on you?
No.
Come back here. Go look at that backpack. Go look at that backpack.
Damn.
Jesus.
4 kilos.
Yep. I wonder he's so nervous. I'm literally telling him why he's so nervous.
Dude.
And the door in the front seat. Wow. Not even the trunk.
Bravo 52.
Good.
Actually, Bravo 52 to Bravo 50.
Yeah. Let me see.
Can you be 51 to my traffic stop, sir?
But again, like the reason search the car, maybe I missed it. But I don't understand that. Yeah, that cop said, if you move, I'm gonna beat your ass. Yeah, they so, but it's not what about, the lawyer earlier told you that police officers can do what they want to do. It doesn't make it illegal. It doesn't mean you're going to prison. If your lawyer can point out those very things that we believe is suspicious and probably illegal, that's what's going to get these guys acquitted, charges dropped or lessened. But it's not a wrap for them. They did, because they can't just pull you over for tags expired and then want to search your car. Like that's profiling. What does illegal tags got to do with searching my car? You're already profiling me. You think that I'm a drug smuggler. You think everybody black a drug smuggler. Or at least everybody in this city or anybody who drive down this block, you think is a drug smuggler. And you're profiling me until you get lucky. That's just a lawyer case. I guess I gotta show more of those cross-examining. Like you guys, I can't blame you guys. You don't know. You haven't seen it. So a lot of times to be convinced of something, you guys can see it. So I guess I gotta show you those cross-examine videos that I was showing on my channel before. So you can see what happens to these police officers when they do things not by the book, how they get thrown out and the verdict comes in not guilty.
For Golf 10 at 3137 Fitzgerald.
All right, so let me read it. It says, all right, so let me read some of this. It said, some background this is Florida. While the Florida Public Records Act does not specify time limit within which requests must be handled, The act requires that the records, make this brighter, can't see. Okay, that the records custodian respond in good faith and permit access to non-exempt records. The Florida Supreme Court has held that the only delay permitted under the Act is the limited reasonable time allowed the custodian to retrieve the record and delete those portions of the record the custodian asserts are exempt. I have no idea what they're talking about there. Okay, it says, I submitted a request for public records of the Orlando Police Department after much negotiation. Okay, so I paid the city of Orlando $2,000 in fees. I don't know what's going on there. I paid at the end of November 2019. When do you think the records came in? The limited reasonable time language is wishful thinking. The first record didn't show up until March 19, 2021. No joke. And that only happened after I placed the city on notice that Real World Media intended to sue the city to compel the production of all records responsible to my request. Months later, after production continued at a slow to hardly existent pace, the city declared their production of records complete. It wasn't. My request was based in part on reliable information about Orlando Police Department drug seizures. Yeah, I'm telling you, everybody got a problem with this. So this is the founder of this YouTube channel we're watching. Everybody sees this practice as shady. So it says, yeah, OPD was claiming that they had no records of those seizures. Unexpectedly, it turned out they were right. There were no records of those drug seizures because they never happened. My information was wrong. But keep reading. In part, my request was for records relating to drug interdictions, okay, interdictions, where the street value of the seized drugs was greater than $100,000. I was confident that such seizures had occurred because OPD's 2018 annual report said so. Specifically, it said that their Tactical Anti-Crime Unit, TAC, had seized, among other things, 368 pounds of cocaine, 10,360 pounds of cannabis, and 114 pounds of heroin. As I wrote to OPD contact, there are 453 grams in a pound, and the DOJ thinks a gram of street heroin sells for, being conservative here, $400. If my math and assumptions are right, a seizure of 1 pound of heroin far exceeds $100,000 threshold. What am I missing? I was missing the fact that the Orlando Police Department 2018 annual report overstated the department's drug seizures by more than 450 times. Hi, Jay. I was able to confirm yesterday that 2000. So I guess they wrote back to him. Hi, Jay. I was able to confirm yesterday that the 2018 annual report had an error in it. It's a slick bastards. The numbers reflected in the report were in grams, not pounds. We are currently working to correct the report. I definitely apologize for any confusion that the incorrect report created in this request. This is called boots on the ground. Oops. Hi, Alex. Thank you for following up. You may already be aware of this, but FYI, the 2016 and 2017 annual report both reflect TAC seizures of thousands of pounds of drugs, putting TAC well ahead of OPD's Drug Enforcement Division. And is someone looking into whether there was more than just a mistake? It's hard enough to believe that the same error was made for 3 consecutive years, let alone without anyone noticing. Crazy. Boots on the ground. Whistleblower, their response. Thank you for bringing 2016 and 17 to my attention. What happened in 2018 was that TAC sent their numbers for the year to the civilian employee and prepares and report. However, on the form they sent over, there were no units listed. So, for example, 368.5 cocaine instead of 368.5 grams of cocaine. The civilian employee who then prepared the report mistakenly thought it was pounds. I have just reached out to see if that was also the case in 2016 and 2017. I will let you know what I found out. God, that's a lot of shit here. My neck hurt reading this. I wasn't with that. Then I was able to confirm that the same issue happened 2016 and 2017. The problem again was caused by data being sent without units, and then person who compiled the report assumed the wrong units. It again should have been grams and not pounds. The reports are being corrected. I recently received the correction and reports. They had all overstated THC drug seizures by more than 450. The footage is from one of the few truly huge seizures that actually happened. Correction. I am a moron. Found was cocaine. The ultimate weight was 4,282 grams. Okay, so this is not Dunstan's first rodeo. In 2008, he was convicted of drug conspiracy, cocaine, and in 2012, he was convicted of cocaine trafficking, fleeing, and DWLS. Did I mention his 1966 conviction for cocaine trafficking? Sensing a thing here, yeah. So yeah, he's out of there. He's out of there. He'll never come home again. He's a career criminal. Yeah, so that's about it right there. Before I fall asleep on you guys, but I'm gonna play this second. I got more videos to this, and so yeah, so I'm gonna finish all these videos up. So part 2 will be tomorrow. If I come home early enough from the gym, I'll do it early live, and if you didn't catch it, I'll play that same early live late, 1 o'clock in the morning, for those who will be up that late. Okay, but the old boy over here, I don't know what went wrong with his shit. So let me see if there's any questions or comments. So he said that weed spinner thing was a loophole to search. Michelle Alexander pointed that out in her book. So I'm going to say this. Boots on the ground is also reading. If you want to know the loopholes about what the tactics these police officers were using to search your car illegally, to violate your Fourth Amendment, you should watch a black woman, you should read a black woman's work called The New Jim Crow. Matter of fact, what the hell? Matter of fact, what I decided to do was I'm probably going to read, you guys might be bored, but I'm going to read some of the books I have dealing with not just the New Jim Crow, but this unfair policing, the so-called loopholes in it. I'm going to read other moments in history, scientific racism, big from medical apartheid. I want to read a chapter. I might read a chapter of 3 different books. So I might read 3 chapters, and then we'll discuss the chapters, and the next day, 3 chapters. The second chapter. So we'll do chapter 1, 3 different books. The second, we'll do chapter 1. So I want to read from medical apartheid. Well, definitely, let me say this. I want to read from New Jim Crow. I want to read from parchment farming, which is the Eddie Murphy type slavery, and which is the convict leasing, and I want to, which I read already. I want to read Slavery by Another Name. Okay, so we got New Jim Crow, Slavery by Another Name, parchment farming. I think that's enough, and then I'll go and read medical apartheid, and when I'm done with those 3 books. So if you're interested in that, I could do that where we're, steady being edified. Maybe with medical apartheid, maybe I read a Dr. Claude Anderson book. I think Dr. Maya did Dr. Claude, so maybe I won't. But I got hella books on stuff like this, so. he said, I don't read books. I just take your word for it. Listen, I've been wrong before. I misquoted books before, so I wouldn't take my word for it. But just know I'm genuine. What I do try to recall, what I read is genuine. I'm not purposely trying to miseducate, bamboozle, brainwash, or have you follow my black allergy agenda. I don't do stuff like that. I try to be unbiased, which people hate. People hate unbiased people because we're not going to try to satisfy people's feelings. We're going to give it to you straight down the line. I'm going to read both sides. I'm going to listen to both sides of the story, both sides of the argument. Okay, and I'm going to give you my fair assessment. Okay, example. There's a debate, or there was one, strong one. Nation of Islam, Muslim versus Orthodox Islam with a black person, right? Who practice like the East version of Islam, as opposed to Nation of Islam, who practice the Western version of Islam. Unbiased as I am, I heard them debate. I heard that debate. I looked into both doctrines, of course. I was a member of one, and I realized that, wow, the Orthodox Muslims are definitely more closer to what real Islam is supposed to be, which is based off the Quran. So when I hear my boys like DJ Focus argue Sunni, I would sometimes tell him, I said, nah, bro, I think he's right in his interpretation on that of the Quran. I think his interpretation is better than yours. I think it lines up to the footnotes. It lines up to the context in the Quran better than what you got. And, they felt like I was picking sides. But that's who I am. I'm trying to take it. I'm trying to warn you. My entire life, that's how I am. I try to be very, very fair to my best ability. But yeah, so read Brother Reggie Black City Plan. Well, Brother Reggie, I don't know what he's doing with that, but I would just say if you got a plan, then it needs to be a plan of action immediately. It shouldn't just be a plan that's not in action. I don't know what he's doing with it, but it should be in action, one way or another. Yeah, but I think some of us should like get with other experts and come up with the plans with the help of other people. When we you need a team. You need a team. Team. When we're trying to do things by ourselves, our research, it can't help but to be limited and therefore flawed and in pharmaceutical terms adulterated because of those things. So with that being said, I'm going to play more drug smuggling videos. I'm going to give you my best assessment, best opinion, and advice on what went wrong. Could the search been avoided? So we'll do that tomorrow. And then I'm going to show cops arrest cops. Y'all going to love that one. Okay. All right. So thanks for tuning in. Look out for the live tomorrow. Hope you learn at least one thing today that you can remember and maybe pass to somebody else that you are cool with.